intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. The road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the sword. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That should be.
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. So, he's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. Bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B and her 550, 600 servants. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely. Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Keep beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old lying ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Oh, because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed!
Oh my god, exposed!
Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit chronic with Rashady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. girl, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your email. What the hell is wrong with people?
Right?
Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
Motherfucker killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no, I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Good, right?
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you
All
guys.
right.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
Alright. I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful.
Happy day.
Happy day, baby. We got trigger today. Gotta trigger these motherfuckers every day.
Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus was like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
I'm trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, the dog is.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
Isn't it, man? These motherfuckers hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's
Oh,
Candy
shit.
too? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the type of person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, B. Tim.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Let me play my. Good morning. Good morning. How are y'all doing? Good morning. The birds are happy today. You hear them? Woo-wee. They said, good morning, y'all. Good morning. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Day number 2 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Is she a cop killer or not? Let me see if I can find this. Hold on one sec. I got Tom pulled up over here on this other side. For a recap. Okay, let's see here. I'm over here in the chat now. Let's see here. What's going on? Good morning. Good morning. Did I post it here? Let me put the link in here, Bat. Shit, I'm running behind. Where's B Tim? Is Tim B in here? Good morning, JP. Good morning, Jackie, Amy, Kia. Okay, I gotta post the link here, babe. Here we go. I think B Tim's coming. I think Tim B. I think B Tim's gonna come hang with me today. Yeah, okay, here's the link. Yeah, there it goes, babe. It's there. I was getting there. Dang it, I was getting there. Give me a sec. Shoot. What are you doing?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
It sounds like you're like in a tropical rainforest. Whenever you get the birds chirping.
I can't hear you very well at all. So hold on one second. Do I need to go out and come back in?
How's it now? Better?
Yeah, that's way better. Okay, I thought it was me.
All right. It sounded like you sound like you're in a tropical rainforest whenever your birds wake up. You know what I mean? The birds making sounds just sounds like that. But anyway, it was a very interesting trial, opening yesterday. Both sides, I would agree that no one was satisfied with the openings. I saw people that were pro Karen Reed and anti Karen Reed were basically upset with both the openings. People were like, well, the Commonwealth was a bit boring. Names are all over the place. People were stating that the defense, it was all over the place. He basically was allowed to do his third-party culprit defense by stating she was framed. But about, 2 years...
That was the first thing he came out with, and that's what all their hats say, their shirts say.
He was framed! But meanwhile, Mr. Yannetti, about a year ago, stated that it was 2 years ago, said it was a tragic accident. In when he was to the news media. Okay, which one was telling the truth and which was lying?
Tragic accident, my ass, Yannetti.
Another thing that was very interesting was that the two relatives, the two family members of John O'Keefe testified. Pedigree information about him. But what was very interesting is that they painted a picture of a relationship that was going to break up with Karen. It was going downhill. She didn't want to be with him. He didn't want to be with her. He even kissed another woman, and she got mad about that. Another thing is that that video of the patrol car coming in.
He kissed another woman.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Well, that's what the testimony was, that she caught him kissing another woman, and she didn't like that.
At the bar that night?
Not the bar, earlier, and another situation.
Okay, not that night.
No, not that night. Two telling things was what Reed said to Johnny's brother's wife, and that she took all her things from Johnny's that day. Beat him. Yeah. Another thing that was very interesting to me was how they said there wasn't that much snow. And it wasn't that dark out, and how could these people not possibly
And then the video comes out, and it's like a fucking blizzard.
It's a blizzard. You can't see. There's 3 people on the side of the road, and the cop can't even see them until he has a spotlight. And this calls into question Karen Reed's ability to see John in the snow in the back of a car with no spotlight at 5:30 or close to 6 in the morning. Also, how is she able to find him like that?
Odd. I was like, dang, that's real odd. I mean, shit. How the hell was she able to see him out there like that?
Yeah, and the fact is that it shows the conditions that were out there. It shows that most likely those people could not see John, especially if it was at nighttime, it was dark like that, and he was by the location that was pointed out by the officer. I just thought it was very interesting. But the glare, of course, being the glare, I laughed so hard. He was watching the video, and he said to his audience, Karen Reed's not going to be in this video. And he was immediate. And then basically a minute and a half later, you see Karen Reed in the video, and he's proven wrong again, showing that, no matter what time period.
Oh my God, he had to eat his words like 4 fucking times yesterday. I'm like, if you don't glare, just keep your mouth shut.
Just put that up. And the guy is nothing without his laugh track and his soundtrack he does. I don't understand why he thought it was appropriate to put a soundtrack in the background of a murder trial, especially a video of the dash cam of this guy. This cop is going to the scene of the crime, and he's seeing like a distraught, seeing this tragic situation of a dead officer being found and their family, friends finding him, and he's playing. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, what?
Right. I'm like, are you kidding me?
I'm like, are you out of your mind? I mean, like,
yeah. So here's Turtle Boy giving an interview because he was mad as hell about JLR giving the interview the other day after he came in and caused a little ruckus. So he had to get him some of that action. All right, here we go.
3 people to testify today in a trial expected to last 6 weeks. A local blogger was one of the first people to take up Karen Reed's cause, and that advocacy came at a price. His name is Aidan Kearney. He's known online as Turtle Boy, and some of his followers have turned up at the homes of witnesses and prosecutors, and Aidan himself is facing charges of witness intimidation. He's pleaded not guilty, and he is kind enough to be live with me now. Thank you so much for being with me today. I know that getting into the courtroom is next to impossible. They're limiting that gallery, so you have to kind of watch it on a feed. But there were 3 pretty important witnesses today. Do you think big headway was made by the prosecutors today, Aidan?
I do. I just want to correct you. We didn't show up 1,000 witnesses. We peacefully protested outside the houses of cop killers. That's what we did. And do I think any headway was made for the prosecution today? Absolutely not. Everything the prosecution did today directly benefited the defense, and if anything, helped out Karen Reed's case because it showed, for instance, there's video in the driveway of multiple people at the O'Keefe house afterwards. Karen Reed's car is parked right there. Not a single person in that driveway notices that her allegedly smashed to smithereens taillight is sitting there like that. That's one of many examples. We saw a Dashcam video today that actually helps Karen Reed. It exculpates Karen Reed and it inculpates Jennifer McCabe, the woman who grew how long to die in cold at 227. So I think this was an epic fail by the Commonwealth. It was a disaster, and I think you're going to see more of this as the trial goes on.
Jesus Christ.
It's always interesting in the prosecution's case. You can't imagine that all this negative stuff will come up, but sometimes they try to get ahead of it because they know it's sort of bad facts for their side. Since you just mentioned the dash cam, let me show that, because I was surprised to see this as well. This was played in court. It's a Canton police officer's dash cam. His name is Stephen Serraf. He's arriving at the scene, and I think what you said here was that, you know, that's one of those people is Jennifer McCabe, right? And the other is Karen Reed. So what is it that we're really seeing here? Help me understand what it means.
What you're seeing there is genuine shock and trauma from Karen Reed, who's running around like a chicken with her head cut off because she just for the first time saw the body of her dead boyfriend that she had no idea would be there. What you're seeing from Jennifer McCabe is a woman who's bundled up right there trying to grab Karen. She repeatedly talks. When John's body is moved out of there on the gurney, she turns her back to John. Karen's the only person in that party that attempted to save John's life. What
that doesn't look like she's trying to save his life.
She goes up to every officer there and immediately begins talking to them because she's already spinning the narrative that, oh, maybe Karen Reed did this. She doesn't mention to the 911 dispatcher, who she's on the phone with, or any of these officers, that she's directly outside of her sister's house and that there are warm blankets inside. And there's a trained first responder named Brian Albert, her brother-in-law, who's inside, a 29-year veteran of the Boston Police Department. There's a dead body on his front lawn. He never comes outside. I repeat, a Boston police officer did not come outside of his house when a dead Boston cop was found on his front lawn. The police never went inside. They never searched that house. Ashley, if you or I have a dead cop show up on our front lawn, I got news for you. They're coming in the house. They're searching that house. They're going to make sure that there's no blood in there, that there's nothing else incriminating in there.
No, they're not.
What did they do?
They wouldn't be coming in my house.
Karen Reed, who's the only person here.
Well, they'll also.
They wouldn't be coming in my house without a warrant.
First of all, they'd have to get a warrant. Second of all, you don't just go in somebody's house because you found, or someone was found, deceased in your yard. I mean, in the front yard. That's,
That's stupid. And they would need a warrant. And even if they were allowed in the house, if they went in there without permission, they just walked into your house, they could literally find like a pool of blood on the floor and it would be thrown out in court. So right. No, you would need a warrant. So it's just complete ignorance of this individual. Another thing is that he doesn't want to point out that he lied to his audience for almost 2 years, that, anyone could see, it was clear as day that you could see John in the snow. Meanwhile, there was not that much snow. Meanwhile, it looks like a goddamn blizzard out there. It's as dark as nighttime. You can't even see 3 people on the side of the road. How are you going to see one guy that's laying on the flat on the ground in pitch black darkness? Okay, the guy is full of shit. The guy also sits there and he says, "Oh, this actually exonerates." No, she just acted even more guilty. Honestly. And what's wrong with people being calm and collective and trying to give information, trying to get facts? You think I have relatives that I found out died in less than 5 minutes. You know what I did? I didn't just start breaking down and not, what I did? I collected myself, became calm and collective, and actually started making phone calls and getting things ready.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can't really react. Everybody reacts to that, to shock.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's an example.
You know?
Yeah, but that's an example of how people react. They don't all react just throwing themselves and crying and running around to make a show. They actually start sitting there and they make plans. And that's what those other women were doing. They were trying to work with the officer. They were trying to figure out, give calls to people to get this thing, get things situated. You know what I mean? U.S. versus McKinney says they can go in. All right. Well, we're going to have to Google that. They could just go into someone's house. All right. We'll see let me look that up. One moment. I never heard of that. I usually understand.
No, they can't just walk in your fucking house.
You can't walk into your house. I got to look up this law because I need to see what this case is, what you're talking about. Because I haven't heard about this case. So maybe we'll see. Let me see. All right. Let me see. Because they need a warrant. They need to actually be someone. They have to. They can't just walk.
There was 3 bodies found dead on the Kansas City 3, and the police didn't even search that fucking house, and they were allowed to go in there.
Yeah.
I mean, let's keep it real now. Just because there was a dead body found outside in your fucking yard does not mean they're gonna come raid your goddamn, come in and do your, fucking just walk. They don't have the right to just walk right in your house.
And by the way, it's on the property, almost close to the property line. It could have been the other person's house. They don't know anything. They're coming in. At first, they're talking about snow, a snow plow. So immediately people are thinking it's a hit and run or some shit like that. She didn't come out and immediately say, well, she was beat up by those people in the house. She didn't say that. She said, I hit him. She said like snow plows. And that's the thought process of these officers at that time. No one had a thought process of, oh, he was in the house and he got beat up by a bunch of people. And by the way, I laughed my ass off when he brought the dog. I thought that was the dumbest idea I've ever seen this defense do. Why would you bring in the dog theory when there's not going to be any canine DNA? And most people who are professionals look at that and say, no, that is not dog. That's not a dog bite. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking. I think that's going to make you're pointing to an area that's going to be a very, very problematic for you to explain. And you're trying to explain it by dog bites. And then now you're going to have to tell the jury that not only 3 people beat up this guy, but a dog got him and all this crazy stuff. You have a hard enough time trying to explain the framing, but now you got to bring the dog into it. He would have been way better off not talking to a goddamn dog. He should have just forgot about the damn dog and focused on the damn other things. He had already passed, but 2 plow trucks and 1 salt truck drivers didn't see him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people did not see this man. And people are making it sound like these 10 people could, how could they not see him? And that's just a ridiculous thing. And by the way, if he would have, and I got to look up that case law, by the way, Steve, I'm not ignoring you. I just can't really do research on the fly like that. So I'll probably look it up afterwards or when I'm not on there. But I'll look that up, by the way, just to give you an idea, just Stephen Fenner. So I'm not ignoring your statement. He had already passed, but 2 plow trucks. I read it. Quick story beats him. My buddy from high school drives a plow for a upper settlement county where they got tons of snow every 4 years ago. They plowed over a man wearing a hunter orange coat. Yeah. I just think like it's going to be I'm going to see what the cross-examination is going to be like. I don't know what he's going to try to refute in the cross-examination, to be honest with you, of this guy. I mean, he basically just showed up at the scene. I don't know what he's going to be like. Well, did you not drive there? I mean, I don't know what he's going to talk about. I think I don't know what bombshell he's going to drop. Beats him. The lawyer has a world-renowned specialist. He is hoping to get the jury to believe the dog thing. Well, it's going to be a stretch. It's going to be a stretch. Let me see. The police just have to believe there are citizens that don't have to prove it first, but I'm only pointing out they could if they want without a warrant. There is a way. I'll have to look up the case law on that one, but I'll look it up. If I found out something new today. Maybe I didn't know about that. But let me see. Police can enter your home if they have reasonable grounds to believe there is evidence in your home. Drugs, weapons. They need to act immediately until evidence. I'll save you the trouble. No, I meant the case law that he's referring to, not the terminology that he's using. Because I need to read the case and see what the situation is with that one. A crime. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, Lord, that fan. Yeah, they need to get something different to point out than the goddamn fan. I have to say, I think everyone's in agreement. The damn fan is getting annoying. If we got to watch this fan for 6 weeks, we need to look at something else. Like, I don't know. Like, something else. Maybe, they should get, a canary or something, or put there so we can look at a bird at least or something for 5-10 minutes. I don't know, something. But I mean, it really, I think I think the beginning, a lot of people expected these huge, the prosecution to throw up, but the prosecution's building their case. They're building up that basically the relationship was rocky, that basically it was snowing out. It was very dark, kind of trying to preemptively destroy the whole defense's theory of that these people could not have possibly not seen this man. But that's the case law. Those are the only the three. You can't just say, dead dude, break down the door. Yeah, I figure that. We will find out how quickly emergency response arrived and took John away. I suspect quickly. Yeah. Well, I talked to Heels. I talked to a couple of... They think... Heels thinks that he was already deceased at the time. And, of course, they couldn't call him deceased because, only a medical person can do that. So he probably was deceased, but they could, and they probably knew John. I mean, I know Kevin from Yellow College Tales talked about it, and he says, yeah, they probably knew he was deceased at the time, and they could, and that's probably why but they couldn't technically do it as a murder, as a death or a murder or anything like that, until a medical examiner comes out and says, yeah, he's dead. So that's the situation. That's fucking ceiling fan. I know. I think everyone hates the ceiling fan. I think we're all collectively hate this goddamn ceiling fan. Everyone hates the ceiling fan. Both sides can agree on that. Everyone likes the ceiling fan. It was also covered in 2013 Missouri and McNeely. All right. Well, I'll look those cases up. I don't mind finding out something new today. I'll probably look those up. Let me just copy that down. Probably have to bookmark that and read that later tonight, actually. It's an interesting one. But, I thought the video was very enlightening. I don't know why, no one... when I was watching The Glare and even Turtle Boy, they don't talk about how dark it was, the snow, that their story was wrong. And it's just it just shows that Karen Reed is innocent. What does it show? Karen Reed is panicked. A person can be panicked for multiple reasons. They can be panicked because they realize they might have killed someone by hitting them with the back of their car. That could have been the panic that she had. She could have been panicked about the situation that, suddenly she might be facing murder charges. Just like a lie detector test only sees if you're nervous about something. Your active panic could be for many, many reasons. Could be, oh my God, the loss of, oh my God, John is hurt. Or it could be, oh my God, I hit John and I might have killed a man, and I might be going to jail. You know what I mean? So just because someone acts panic doesn't mean that they're grieving for someone. It could be just they just found out they just murdered someone. And just like you looking at two people who are trying to figure out, you don't know how they're feeling and what's the situation's going on and how they're dealing with the situation. You can't say, well, they're very calm and collective. No. Just saying, just if that's your meter on if someone's innocent or guilty, you have a bad thought process. The damaged spot on judge bench drives me. You know what drives me nuts is actually the witnesses stand. There's a piece of paper that's taped on a small, and it sounds like it looks like they just ripped off a piece of paper but left the tape and the paper there. And I noticed that for about an hour while I was watching. But yeah. I was literally thinking that the whole time. I'm thinking, okay, she's freaking out. So what? She could be fake freaking out, or freaking out that she's gonna get caught. Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking when I was watching. It was like either she's freaking out, or she's freaking out because she thinks she's got caught. And if they're gonna bring this expert, I don't know what expert, this world famous expert that's gonna come over here and gonna say that something that has no dog DNA on canine DNA, no bottom teeth, no puncture wounds, and they're going to say that that's going to be dog bites. If it had puncture wounds, then, and both sides, I would be like, okay, even if it didn't have dog DNA and it looked like a dog bite, I would be like, okay, that could be a dog bite. But when you have no canine DNA, the guy, their expert, I don't even think he examined the body. I think he's just looking at a picture that was sent to him. I don't even know. And he's going to go in there. He's going to testify about that. I think that's going to be a waste of time. I think, honestly, if they bringing that dog angle was such a terrible idea. They should focus on the defense. Should really focus on, because the Proctor bias stuff is interesting. You can definitely use that to kind of be like, well, he kind of botched the investigation, or he was prejudiced against Karen. But I think they got to be very careful with that, in my opinion, because we don't know why he might not like Karen Reed at that particular time. He could not like Karen Reed because he thinks Turtle Boy was harassing him, which he was. And if they open the door to Turtle Boy in his questioning, then Proctor can start talking about Turtle Boy and how he was harassed by Turtle Boy and how he went in front of his house and how he made calls to his wife and talked about taking his kids away from him and all that stuff. Yes, Turtle Boy talked about taking his kids away from him. And said that he would raise his kids. And you got to be very careful about that. So they're going to go with Proctor, but he's got to be very careful in his questioning to see why he said these things about Karen Reed. She was supposed to still intoxicated. I believe she did not intend to hurt John. Just because she didn't intend to hurt John doesn't mean that the charges are not appropriate. She attempted to cover it up. That's what she attempted to do. That's what she attempted to do. She attempted to cover up a crime. That's why those charges are up there. And then she was drunk at the time. So. Being him in.
Hell yeah. And she wanted to cover it. She attempted to cover it up. And then her dad, and I think her dad tried to help too. I think he was trying. That's his daughter. So, I can't,
Yeah.
I can't blame him because, you never know what you're going to do. You can't, I would have done this, I would have done that. You can do that all day long. But, until you're in that position, you don't know what you're going to do. But, I could see why he wanted to help his daughter.
Yeah. Yeah, he claimed that he was searching for nudes, that he said he wished this lady unalived herself.
Well, I was cracking up about the memes last night. They were like, do you think he still has his wife? Do you think there's divorce papers written up today for Officer Proctor?
What? I did not see the memes, actually.
Oh, there's a bunch of them on Twitter because he said that supposedly they were allegedly looking for nudes in the Karen Reed's phone. And
okay.
Said, yeah, I guess there was some other comments that were made and by Proctor, and they were talking shit and just joking around like, oh, there's their divorce papers drawn. Does she have divorce papers drawn up today? After everything that came out yesterday, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, the thing is I would say that we don't know the whole story.
No, there was just a bunch of jokes. It was just a bunch of memes on Twitter. That's all it was, just people talking shit, making jokes.
Yeah. I know what the prosecution, the defense's plan is to basically, kind of make everyone focus on everyone else but Karen Reed. Focus on Proctor.
Over there, not over here. They did it. They did this, and this. Don't look at our client. She didn't.
Yeah, and I think that's.
I'm gonna read these out before I forget. Miss Happy Life did with the $5 super sticker and said, "Good morning, beautiful people, Queen. Trial coverage soon in a sesh." Brianna with the $4.99 super sticker says, This trial is now as much a part of my morning as my white monster and cigs." Love it. Thank you. Happy Life did a $5 super sticker and says, priceless moment yesterday for John O'Keefe, his mom and his sister, hearing and seeing their reaction to KR forgetting about that kiss. Karen
Yeah.
Reed. Yeah, so. So yeah, we're waiting on court. They're not really doing much of nothing in the courtroom. We have it on. It's on. It's updated here. Let's see.
Well, I mean, Steven, yeah, they did enter the house. And like now it's like, oh, they didn't do a search. Well, I mean, like that's not what Turtle Boy is saying. Turtle Boy is stating they never entered the house. He's clearly lying. Like that's the problem. That's what I mean. Like they don't really tell you the full thing because they only want to push a narrative. Like, listen, if I saw like if suddenly I thought like they had like a DNA test that came back and said, oh, there was canine DNA on his arms, then I would change my tune. I'd be like, oh, okay, wow, that's fucking unbelievable. But even though like a lot of the new stuff comes out, they just ignore it and keep on with the old narrative. Like, oh, it never entered the house. They never entered the house. So, oh, they never. All these people, how could they just walk past this person? Meanwhile, they're looking at a video where you can't even see 3 people on the side of the road, and while a car is next to them, and a body on the floor, in the snow. It's like these narratives, and that's the problem. I just don't like Turtle. I think Turtle Boy is a terrible person when it comes to coverage of this case. He's really terrible. He's completely biased, and he pretends he's not biased, but he has a vested interest, and he doesn't talk about all the facts of the case. Like if you brought me facts of supporting Karen Reed, I would talk about it. Believe me, I looked it up, but there's not a lot. The only angle you have is Proctor, and if Proctor did that stuff, that's pretty inappropriate. But I don't know the whole story because unfortunately, the defense has shown to only give never explain the whole story. They always say little snippets that makes them sound good, which by the way is not lying, which is just being a good attorney. I'm not going to take that away from them. I think that's actually a pretty smart move as an attorney. They're actually earning their money by doing that. But it's still I'm not going to take their word for it because I've seen them fucking lie about a bunch of other things. Not lie, I'm sorry. Twist things in another way. I misused the word. He clearly ignores facts that don't fit his narrative, going so far as to crop reports, avoid info that goes against him. Yeah, and that's the problem. It's like, how could you take this guy, Turtle Boy, seriously with his coverage of this case? You just can't. You can't take him seriously. And he has a vested interest in, he's in this case. It's like he's not neutral. He's not a neutral party to it. Me, I'm neutral. If Karen Reed goes innocent, is acquitted of these charges, doesn't matter to me. I'll move on to the next case. I'll be like, well, I guess she's acquitted. Who gives a fuck? She got acquitted. Let's move on to the next case. But some of these guys, they vested everything, and they have a vested interest of this person being acquitted, and they will do anything to just twist things. Yeah, but the problem with your thought process is that you'd have to say if anyone was dead on the lawn, you can't just say, well, they're a police officer, so that automatically makes them guilty and they should just immediately have their house searched and grabbed as evidence and everything in there. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, especially when everyone is saying on the scene that he might have been hit by a snowplow or he was hit by something. They weren't saying, no one was saying that he got beat up in the house. So why would they have probable cause in the house?
Corrosive, you're up here with this man.
Good morning.
Hello, Corrosive.
Good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, B Tim, I wanted to get your opinion. Do you think it was tactical or a screw up that he said things like essentially under the window when in the first day of testimony they showed that it was clear in the opposite corner of the yard?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he messed up.
I gotta think a juror, when they have the guy point out with the laser pointer that it was nowhere near the house, that's gonna make it look a little weird that the defense came out with a trust me, bro, at the end it'll all make sense defense and then misrepresented facts.
Yeah, but you got to realize that most jurors are not paying attention to that detailed. You know what I mean? They're not going to
guess.
You know what I mean? Like, they're going to miss those little things, and they're probably going to focus on the big things. The big things they're going to focus on is DNA. They're going to focus on the time when it comes, or the search, the experts when it comes to that, and certain testimony from, certain witnesses. They're not going to focus on those details because most of these are just normal people. They're not like us sitting here reading through documents. They're just like, oh shit, I got work. Let's just listen to the facts of this case and see what happens. And, you're going to listen to the big stuff. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, I've got to like Lally's, what seems to be a strategy so far is he started out by establishing that the other members of the family who have testified so far didn't dislike Karen. They seemed to be quite warm toward her, accepted her into the group. And then the fact that she just cut and run looked a little weird to everybody. I mean, if I was going to try and establish the setup for this, which is a weird case, there's no way around that. That's probably how I would do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, she wanted to point out that she was like the outsider in Canton, and like everyone was just planning on going after her. And it's like quite the opposite. They were very welcoming to her, and it really shows the family. And it's sad that I saw the brother of John O'Keefe testify, and I know the harassment that man has gotten from a certain Turtle Boy. Not only his brother, died tragically, but like he was getting harassed as well by Turtle Boy because he didn't, immediately jump on the free Karen Reed fucking bandwagon.
Yeah. To address Happy Life in chat, asks Small Courtroom, what's my take on that? Hey, that's what the defense wanted. The defense went in and said that it would be a violation of Karen's Barbara Streisand rights to have the jury looking at the side of her face instead of face onto her. In what I think was a stall tactic to attempt to get it moved to a different courthouse entirely, which would have taken months probably. And the judge cut the baby in half and said, look, it's not a violation of her rights, but we'll do this for you. Here, there's this little tiny, loud, echoey courthouse directly across the hall. And by the way, the tearful parents of the victim may just be sitting behind the lawyer while he's talking.
Yeah, I just thought that was a terrible decision. And now most of the Turtle people, like the people who have been watching this case for almost 2 years, can't even get into the courtroom. It's just like the defense has like no clue what they're doing.
Well, I think that's a win-win. That's a win for both.
I know it's a
win-win.
Prosecution. I know it's a win-win, but I just said to myself, like, why would you ever argue that? Like, especially when you're like literally a week away from trial.
I think it was assault.
Yeah.
I mean, I was waiting. Like they promised the pro Karen Reed people promised us that when we get to trial, there would be bombshells. The defense was holding from the report.
It's still early. I mean, it's only been just to be fair, it's only been day one.
I get that, but you think we would have seen something new in the opening argument from the defense? Instead, it's the same thing over, nothing.
Yeah,
new.
I mean, we just have to replace Giannetti with Turtle Boy, and it's basically the same talking points he's been doing. Oh, Proctor's a terrible person because he did X, Y, and Z. How could these people not see him? And a dog. It's like, and then literally a story. And one of the people, like the whole "Get Off My Lawn," they stole from a movie called Monster House, where they called Nevercracker or something like that. The guy who owns the Monster House. Yeah. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, are we really using a fucking defense for a murder trial from a cartoon movie called Monster House? Are we like actually at this point in our society? Because at this point, that's crazy. Next, we're going to have a Pixar defense, the Pixar art defense.
The only thing really new that came up to the general public was the stuff with the texts, the private texts between Proctor and apparently some friends. And I want to see the context of that. Yannetti's so far misrepresented multiple things that he claimed he had. The federals cannot in good conscience allow us to go to trial, or the DAO knows it's being investigated, and then them coming back and going, no, that's not the case.
I'm gonna say, I would have to read the text, and if it's just him just saying like, I don't like this person because like the key I would have to focus on is if the bias existed before he met Karen Reed. Like right. You know what I mean? Before the whole situation with the events that occurred and the death of John O'Keefe, it would have to be before. If it's afterwards, then what? I mean, like that could be for a slew of situations. It could be that he really believes this person killed John, and he just became very angry and he formed his personal opinion. Is it correct to do that as a professional? No. But it's like it goes into play because then if he's not trying to like grab evidence and stuff like that beforehand, you know what I mean? There has to be like, it would have to be before. So I would have to see if the texts were before, like if this was like something he just never liked Karen Read, that would be a pretty interesting situation for the defense. That would be actually good for the defense. But if it's afterwards, I don't see how that would be like the big bombshell that they have, because it would have to be a preemptive plan for him to immediately be like, well, I'm gonna pick Karen Read because I just don't like her. I think she's a bitch or something like that.
I mean, and the other thing is which way did the text go? If it's him texting somebody and going, "Holy shit, I got this chick's phone. I'm gonna see if I can find nudes." Yeah, that's damning as hell. But if it's one of his buddies going, "You dig through people's phones, right? Yeah. You ever find any nudes?" You know, I mean, that's a completely different scenario. And depending on which way they present it, it can be poisoning to a jury. We'll see,
I mean,
though.
that's the whole point. It's like the whole point is that I think Alan Jackson is a magician. A classic magician act is basically misdirection, make everyone focus in one direction while you're doing what you're doing in the other direction. And then that's what he's doing. He's trying to make the trial, he's trying to move the trial from Karen Read to everyone else. He's trying to do an offensive, basically, tactic. Might work. It worked for OJ. I mean, maybe money will get her off. Who knows? I mean, it's a possibility of any situation. You can't sit there and say, I'm pretty sure she's going to jail. But there's always the possibility that she will get off. And that will happen if the defense is good and the prosecution does a couple of missteps. But we still, it's like day one. There's pretty much no, I mean, we just got character witnesses and basically showing that they weren't like hunky-dory happy about that. The only thing I was a little confused about was my thoughts on the video of the yard. I was like, that was a little bit the confusing thing. What's your thoughts on that?
I get what Lally was trying to do. He was trying to establish the conditions in the morning. That's why I asked her, did you know it was going to snow the next day? Did you have plans? First of all, his delivery essentially essentially needs, it's not great. I understand that the important thing is the facts, but when you're up against a Yannetti and a Jackson, you can't just kind of mumble your way through what you're doing and just keep repeating essentially and sort of the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing is basically create, like, I was laughing at the glare, and I was like, what a glare, like, he's an idiot. He's like, you know, he's like, he points out one thing. He's like, well, when he was like, he was asking, when the defense Commonwealth was asking a question, what's in this photo? And the guy said, a road, and Glare laughed. I'm like, yeah, Glare, he has to ask that question because it's a written transcript, so it has to be something verbal. It can't be just something you point to and that's it. You have to describe what's being seen. So
right. Can you identify the witness? I mean, or identify the
picture. It's normal. It's normal because later on, if it gets appealed, this decision, let's say she's guilty, she's like, they say guilty and she wants to appeal it. They have a transcript, a written transcript in which they can say, well, this was done and this was done and this was done. It's like, that's the problem with me with the Glare. He is just stupid and arrogant. He doesn't just admit that he's wrong and do research on something. He's just stupid and arrogant. And it's like, that's the type of commentary we're seeing that is just vapid commentary.
Yeah, as I'm watching these people arguing with the Free Karen Read people on Twitter, because I'm stupid and I do that, I realize a lot of them have never watched a trial before. They have no idea how this works. They're expecting, you know, the lawyer to run up and get in the face of the witness and yell at them and say, isn't it true that you... Like, that's not how these things work. We got 40 days of this coming. We're in day one. Now we're in day two. First cross-examination. Yannetti will probably try and poke holes and make the cop look like he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm sure the 20 feet will come up. Did you say 20 feet when the reports say 12 feet? And the cop may be like, yeah, it was 20 feet from my car, which is the question the lawyer asked me. We'll see. Unfortunately, none of these people are professional witnesses. So you're not going to get a TV production out of this.
By the way, Cheesy makes a good point. She's showing the weather and how he cleaned the driveway so no pieces of taillight because she says she hit John's car. Yeah, there was no pieces picked up.
Or noticed. I mean, that's going to be the damning thing. If the cruiser cam, as stated, when it pulls up behind her car at 8 whatever in the morning, shows that there's pieces of that taillight missing,
Mhm.
then that's going to be a big piece of evidence.
And I would also say, like, let's say we go with the thought process. Proctor is this person that just hates Karen Reed, that despises Karen Reed. We have to figure out.
Morning, Your Honor. Gentlemen, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Here. Yes. Sure. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Serraf. Good morning. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Serraf, I want to ask you a couple of questions about something called the dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe to the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of buzzbusiness?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording?
Yes.
And it's supposed to be accurate?
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, okay. So that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene?
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
May I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Mullaney and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Mullaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's correct.
And then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's two things that are wrong about just that, correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yeah. No.
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
No, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise? Yeah.
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than the order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Highlighting green?
On the screen, it's highlighted.
I'm sorry. I don't have the document.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road.
That's correct. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty. Is that right?
Sure. Yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Yep.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand jury.
Refresh your recollection if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Serraf, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
May I approach on?
Yes.
That's not shocking.
Have you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No. No.
All those were just mistakes.
Yes.
Over and over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Kearney was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes.
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
It looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm not asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, he can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing.
What about the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds?
Yes.
You saw the Dashcam video. There was several minutes on the Dashcam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection. Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection. Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection. I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Serraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports, memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is, do you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of.
So that would be January 29th.
That's correct.
A little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to be as accurate as possible.
Yes.
As comprehensive as possible.
Yes.
And as thorough as possible.
Yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
That approach?
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment?
Yes.
And put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced, what you observed, and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report?
Sure.
May I report you on?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay. That's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted?
I highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Serraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those three words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the two times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only three words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No.
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional.
Yes.
Upset.
Yes.
Focused on John.
Yes.
Trying to save his life.
Yes.
And asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
About Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022 at grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury, you changed your story, didn't you?
No.
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. Do
you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
No. Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No, sorry. That was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client.
Yes.
What was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman who you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that one. Yes?
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't.
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday you said, But my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, I think her statement would just keep evolving.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask,
Yep.
right? You assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what you said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26. This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual. I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you can put this in. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. Officer Serraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Serraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home"?
I couldn't understand anything.
I couldn't hear anything.
Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume up one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Serraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says.
Sure.
left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't
I
understand that?
can't
No.
Do you want to hear it one more time?
No.
It's like he's suggesting.
No.
He's suggesting answers to
Turn
the
the lights
fucking
on,
jury.
please.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm trying not to get behind. What were you saying?
I'm just saying, like, he's suggesting things to the jury to what the answer is, and no one can hear it. I'm sitting here, I'm like, what are you doing, Alan Jackson? This is ridiculous. Like,
Right.
I'm shocked that's not being objected to. Like, no one can hear
I
anything.
thought maybe it was me that couldn't hear him very well. But
No one can hear him. And what he's doing is a common tactic where he's stating the answer is so it goes into the jury's mind. It's ridiculous. And I can't believe that was like allowed. And I can't believe, and he's subliminally suggesting those. That's ridiculous. Like, really? And then he basically was testifying for the guy. He's like, does it say that? No, I would have been that would have been 100% objected to. I would have been like, listen, I would have been like, Judge, this is ridiculous. What are you doing? Why are you letting this man testify for the guy? Let the guy listen and say, did you hear anything? Can you interpret anything? What do you can find out? And then say yes or no. Like, this is so ridiculous. By the way, I just wanted to state that. That's so ridiculous. And that's a scummy tactic. I swear. That is a scummy tactic. Yeah, it was that. I knew what time it was. He's suggesting what's being said to the jury, so he's testifying basically for the witness.
Fuck the sidebar. There is no there's no rules. That's it. We're gonna play dirty.
Yeah, like everything else he was doing was very good. The tactic of basically trying to paint a narrative of maybe he changed the report to support, like, to cover up where the body was for the officer, their inaccuracies in the report. That's a good tactic, but this was just bullshit. Absolute bullshit. I can't believe he did something like this. I can't believe he did something. This is scummy. That's scummy. But anyway, you keep on playing. Wow, that's scummy. Can't believe he did that.
And then Corrosive, he said he had to jump. If he wants to come back up and chat with you or whatever later, or here in a few minutes, that's fine. Or if he's good, if you got something to say, Corrosive, and you want to chat, I can always hit mute and we can try to fast forward through the, you know what I'm saying, do it at 2 times the speed. I don't want to cut you off or whatever. We just started playing. So if you had something more to say, you're welcome to come back up and finish it, finish the conversation. And we can play the, finish the trial after you're done talking. I don't want to be rude, but here we go.
Now, if my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's move to another area of the Dashcam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel sidebar for just a minute, please?
You can fast forward the mute part because we hit the right part.
Yeah, I was like, fuck. Well, you know what I mean?
They're probably talking about that situation where he's bringing up. He's basically testifying. He basically introduced his own evidence to testify. Like, what? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Crazy. I think you can play it here.
Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in a dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop, Frank. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see
Where's that clown music coming from?
That's their recording. That's their, or it's in the audio. It's not us. It's them.
Okay, all right.
So,
that's someone's there.
Walking from right to left.
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house. Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yes. I saw the shadow, yes.
Right. Shadow of a person walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going to the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person, yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No. Not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question.
Well,
do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene?
Yes.
To make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Officer Serraf, when you go to a crime scene,
yes, sir,
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their
Said you'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Sorry. There was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Of course not. We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that. No.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At the points you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
Yes.
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed.
Yes.
And you even noticed some lack of footprints.
That's correct.
So you were observant at the area of the body.
Yes.
and the area adjacent to the body?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place?
Yes.
Anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe?
No.
Or any other clothing of his?
I didn't. No.
Officer Serraf, did you ever think to look inside the house for that missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
No.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No.
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol?
No.
For you or anybody else?
No.
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
No.
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house?
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You were asking questions. You were shown a dispatch log. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk, and usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene, and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need, and basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asking questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022 in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McKay?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McKay or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
Now, while you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road, from that address, come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now, you were asking questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
It would be next to each other in sequential order.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, I'm with the call officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
Stephen Mullaney.
That's Stephen Mullaney. By the way, that was actually good questioning. That would basically said like they're all next to each other, and it's not this conspiracy to cover up the house. That was why his questions were there. And then he's showing that timestamps are not that important. You know, basically they're trying to save a person's life. They're trying to show up to a scene and not to get the exact timeline. Also, I would actually point out that most officers are not trained in the creation of like dispatch reports. That's another set of people. I can tell you from experience, most officers do not know how that works, and they will often testify, no, I really don't. I don't do creation of dispatch reports. Can't testify to that. But it was a good cross by Mr. Alan Jackson. I thought it was very good. The only thing I got like really annoyed with the whole audio thing was that he was suggestion the answer so he can follow up questions with his suggestion so that the jury could hear him stating that. The whole idea that she tried to save John's life, I mean, okay. I mean, maybe she just basically said, hey, I hope tried to save his life, maybe because she didn't want him to die, because she hit him with the car and she's like, oh shit, moment. I don't want him to die, whatnot. Who knows? Beat him, run, get that tape. Yeah, exactly. Get that tape. Beat him, please look in the inside picture of the dynamics. It's so crazy. It looks exactly. Yeah, it's weird. It's like a Matlock drop. But anyway, I just wanted to point that out. But it was a good cross by the prosecution. I think the defense kind of pushed the conspiracy angle away. But if you want to argue about not securing the scene and stuff like that, and all that stuff, that's actually a pretty good tactic. So the tactic is not bad by Jackson. I'm going to give him a little bit of credit for that, except for that bullshit where he did that audio thing. That's kind of a scummy tactic. But anyway, we'll continue. We can continue, Queen.
All righty, here we go, baby. Here we go. We'll speed it up a little bit too, so it's No.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Hey, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And is Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector. Is that
correct?
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you?
Why don't you hold on a minute for that? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's why you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Around 6 a.m.
So by the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road?
Yep. I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Kent, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham?
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Serraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Serraf arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Serraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing Officer Serraf during your en route time sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of road conditions, visibility, and anything?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
Do you recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes, approximately.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Serraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Serraf from Kansas Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the same from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrived there, you see Officer Serraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving and you're pulling up to this scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did?
I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground.
And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Serraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Serraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Serraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe or Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Serraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah, Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, Prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McKay?
No.
With Kerry Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
The fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that the where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. But I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximate it was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed at the time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall any observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assisted the fire department in getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
To the ambulance.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care.
Queen, you dropped your call.
Yeah, I know. It was like glitching out really bad, so I'm just gonna redo it real fast. I'm gonna restart real fast. Sorry, I should have gave you guys a heads up, but it was like glitched out, so I'm like, oh no, I'm not gonna do this.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, I was like, we gotta. It was like my StreamYard just like went out. I don't know if it's just because it was just like sitting here or what. I should have probably move my mouse a few times or something to let it know I'm still here.
Yeah. Just Samantha, I would say like they're not real. Like the jury's not made a decision on whether she's guilty because there's not enough evidence as of yet. You know what I mean? That's just basically the bones are being set. Like, they're building the body of the case and not even the bones are in place yet. So we'll see. You can keep on playing.
Call for sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do.
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
When you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described before?
Yes.
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what if any conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what if anything else did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars to stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Can't Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Ms. Roberts to have Ms. Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Serraf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Lank at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Serraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Lank shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest to the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I would say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective, what was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you, or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Sir, I'm gonna direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up. So, Officer Mullaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry, exhibit number 9. That's my fault. And Officer Mullaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen, has been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
And that's how it's depicted in that photograph. Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Mullaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So, sir, here's a message I'm going to try not to find anybody. This is a laser point, which we can push that button there.
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directly, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first came.
Right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And officer, you can. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Officer Mullaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case?
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, it's full-time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground?
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. Can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that, no.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair?
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe. Was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's, quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Serraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn. Were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15 feet.
So maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did. approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big.
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
Handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces?
Another sigh.
All over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find even or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted to a motor vehicle.
Yes.
And that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of in the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, officer.
Okay, it might be redirect, I'm not sure. Basically, they say.
You've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there were actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts' face or hair?
No.
Okay. Was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
Recess. All right, we got to look at the fan. Got to look at the fan for 15 minutes. Well, he did that basically. He did that purposely because he knew that was going to get sustained. He knew that 100%, but he wanted to get that out there so the jury would hear it.
Yeah.
You know, that's the game plan. That's the game plan with that.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pure tactic. And I love the judge was just sighing every time he asked like these lines of questioning, basically trying to point to Jen because it's like she's like basically border on thinking of like sustaining that whole line of questioning because it's so ridiculous. It's like, oh, she's not freaking out, so naturally Jen McCabe is guilty. That is so ridiculous of an argument. I hope they have more to their conspiracy than that. And I liked how the Commonwealth basically stated that, people act differently and everyone in the entire neighborhood did not come out and check out. I know that like in my neighborhood it'd be different, but like for an entire neighborhood not to come out, that says that most likely not a lot of people heard what was going on. Okay. That was very clear as day. It's not like New York City or like, a large city. This looks more like something you would see like in Florida, like one of those suburban areas, but it's covered in snow. It's dark. There's no lights. There's not even a sidewalk. It definitely reminds me of like certain parts of Florida with snow and dark as well. I thought you were sighing. No, that wasn't me sighing. That was the judge sighing. I was on mute the entire time. I was not sighing.
Yeah, I was on mute too, so.
That was the judge sighing at the line of questioning.
What's up?
What's up?
I don't think
Bev's
I don't think Bev's a fan of this tactic.
Yeah.
I mean, she breathes in the mic anyway, which they fixed a little bit since yesterday. At least they sorted out some of the audio sessions, but she's very expressive. You can tell when she's starting to get fed up with the push. And
I mean, the push is ridiculous. The push is, look, Jen, Karen Reed's freaking out. You know who else freaks out? When they accidentally murder someone. They freak out too when they murder people. Like if I found
Officer, did you see Jen McCabe assisting the victim? Well, no, she was making the 911 call. You had 2 people assisting the victim, one of whom is being calm, one of whom's running back and forth like Grover in a Sesame Street skit. And you have somebody on the phone.
Yeah. And by the way, Paula, I'm not an attorney, but I've sat through quite a number of depositions. Quite a number, let's just say. Probably more than some attorneys, but I can tell you, I can give you a line of question. I know the line of question. I know foundational stuff. I know that because I've been around, but can't give you the details of my job, but not an attorney saying that. But anywho, Yeah, I mean, like, it was just ridiculous. I just wanted to answer that quickly, just so people don't get confused. New people don't get confused, just in case.
Yeah. Lally is still trying to establish weather conditions and what was going on at the scene as far as Karen running back and forth, but he's kind of avoiding that. He's more going with the conditions and when the police arrived. Yannetti and Jackson are trying to push, number one, Jen McCabe is some evil mastermind, apparently, and two,
how are they going to do that? Because if Jen McCabe comes on and tells her story about how she loved John O'Keefe, and she gives, like, you know, and she cries or something about his loss or anything, is Alan Jackson going to tear apart a woman with kids on a stand?
No, like, I think Elizabeth Little will cry.
I know, but
Elizabeth Little will get up and sound like she's going to cry every sentence and try to attack Jen, which will be interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you always have a female attorney go after a female witness, and she's going to have to go really hard on Jen McCabe, and that's going to backfire. Also, they might accidentally open the door to Turtle Boy. And if that comes in with the harassment, that will definitely make the jury say, holy fuck, what's going on here? And it's a very tight rope they're doing. And I feel like it's, you know, that so far I think Alan Jackson did a very good job with the, you know, the inconsistency of the reports. I think that was actually a very good tactic. Also the tactic of, misdirecting, basically saying, well, they didn't want to really put the address. Oh, by the way, someone jumped up. Hello there, by the way.
Yep. It's just me. Yep, it's just me.
Well, I mean, I've seen the original dispatch reports. The original dispatch reports, which are in court evidence, if people want to dig through the thousands of pages of submitted stuff in pretrial, state dispatch to 32 Fairview because the positioning of the body put it closer and where they were when they made the call.
Also,
automatic system picked it up as closer to 32.
Also, a lot of police officers are not trained in interpreting or really just actually like dispatch reports, creation of dispatch reports. Like trying to blame the police officer, the inaccuracy of the dispatch report is crazy to me. We all know that. If you're talking about the report that he wrote, yeah, you can say like this is inconsistent, this is inconsistent.
Right.
Well, let me explain this. And most people, welcome to police reports. If you ever seen a police accident report in New York City, all of them are inconsistent and wrong. Some of them don't even get the right damages to the car or names of witnesses correct.
Wrong color of car. Wrong
yeah, like this car. Is normal. Yeah. It's normal.
This one I can chime in on because I deal with police reports every day. I've got one that I'm doing right now that the police report is not only inconsistent with the accident I'm investigating, it is impossible. They said that our insured hit the claimant, but the claimant was going the wrong way down a one-way street and had already been hit by someone else, and they don't even mention the third vehicle. Police reports are wrong all the time.
But it's
because cops are human.
Yeah, and it's a good tactic by Jackson. And I don't understand why they followed the same line of questioning with I feel like honestly, Yannetti is dead weight. Like he's absolutely, in my opinion, dead weight to this defense. Like they really should just get rid of. I mean, if they could get rid of him, they should get rid of him.
I feel like they're testing out which one of them sells better to the jury. Somebody's watching the jury's faces to see who they respond to better in the two lawyers because they have very different styles. Yannetti gets up and he does the very slow, very pandering, sing-songing, lulling sort of testimony. And Jackson is the more intense. He's but didn't you write that? You know, that sort of thing. I think they're trying to figure out which one.
And that tactic's gonna, honestly, I think Yannetti would be better for the witnesses in the house, to be honest, like for Jen McCabe or something like that, a very soft approach. And when it comes to officers like Proctor, would be very good for them to use Jackson's tactic.
Yeah.
The problem is that they have a very tough, like when they talk about framed and everything, they have to fight not only like witness statements, but now forensics. They're experts. It's going to be a very uphill battle.
Well, they're trying like hell to get third party in because the judge told them she didn't rule out third party. She said you can't open with it, even though they flirted deeply with opening with it.
They basically said third party. When you say my client is framed, it's a third party.
Yeah.
I'm like, come
If
on.
it comes in organically, they can introduce it, and that's what they're trying to do now. That's why they're pointing at Jen. But the one thing I noticed that they keep hammering on is the tail. Did you see any taillight fragments in the vicinity of the body? No report says they found them in the vicinity of John O'Keefe. They all say they found them a distance away, but they're trying to prejudice the jury early on with this. She couldn't have hit him because the taillight fragments would have been directly around him. We know when a 6,000-pound vehicle hits somebody, the person doesn't drop where the vehicle was. They end up a distance away. So they're already trying to set that up.
Yeah, it's a known thing with car accidents where you're hit by a car, you're going to end up flying, and one of your shoes flies off. And also, if he was hit like around 12:30 or around that time, 12:35 or whatever the time might be, then probably the taillight or any like evidence is going to be buried under snow. It's just
I was gonna say I can comment on this too because I'm an insurance adjuster. Car accidents, they are completely ignoring inertia, which is a law of nature and exists. He would have moved because there was force exerted against him, and the tail light would have been dropping parts as she drove. All of the pieces wouldn't have dropped immediately. Parts that were still hanging on would have fallen as she drove. And like you said, everything was buried under a foot of snow, including him.
Yeah,
no one knew he was there until Karen showed them where he was.
I think 6 inches, just to be fair. But either way.
And she had cleared him off by the time anybody responded to the scene. So
Right.
that muddies the water even more.
And I think the problem they're having with the defense attorney who's questioning now, he's being so adversarial that these officers, by the end, are openly hostile to him.
Well, listen, I mean, I think that's what he needs to do to kind of paint this picture of a conspiracy. That's the tactic. The tactic is that he's not going to go in there very friendly with these guys. He's going to try to make it look like they're incompetent. They messed up their reports. That's the tactic of the defense. That's their main tactic.
But all he has is the fact that they hit the arrive button on the dashboard 15 seconds earlier than the dash cam shows them. So they hit the button as they were slowing down to arrive or as they turned the corner onto the street. So what?
Yeah, but
it changes absolutely nothing.
No, but that was the show. Like that whole line of questioning was to show that reports can be inaccurate and that basically things can be left out. I think it was a very dirty tactic by Jackson to basically, say, here, do you hear this recording that no one in the fucking live stream courtroom or anyone could ever hear anything in that? And then just insert what he believed it was and just basically testified for himself, he basically just made shit up and then tried to ask questions based on his own testimony. The lawyer, I mean, that's crazy to me. And that is audio pareidolia. That is debunked in ghost hunting. That is some spirit box bullshit. That the prosecution didn't object to that. He planted in the jury's mind. They are now going to hear that, whether that is what she said or not. Well, I didn't hear anything. Even when the guy suggested it, I couldn't hear jack shit.
I mean, I could hear her carrying on, but if and when you hear the 911 call, you'll hear, which has been leaked, you'll hear Karen Dopplering back and forth across the scene before the police even get there, running back and forth, screaming at the top of her lungs. So very hard to figure out what anyone did or did not hear or say from a distance, because there's crosstalk, there's noise, there's wind, there's weather.
But we know why he did that. Like a lot of these tactics were very, very dirty tactics, especially that last question he asked that officer with the yard. It was very clear, no one came out of their houses because everyone was sleeping. It wasn't like everyone jumped out of their house to start looking. I know if that should happen to me, everyone would be out, but that's because it's in New York and we're literally like across the street. It's a small little, it's a smaller area. But when you're looking at something like that, it's like more like Florida when you go into the suburbs where they don't even have lights or sidewalks. So it's kind of like that.
Plus, it's 6 o'clock in the morning during a heavy snowstorm. If for people who don't live in areas where it snows, when it's snowing like that, it dampens sound around you. You don't hear a lot. and they were on no siren. So unless somebody happened to notice that there were flashing lights outside at 6 a.m, they probably wouldn't even have noticed.
What pictures are you talking about, Kodo? Like, you tell me.
A picture of the picture of the front yard. They're trying to illustrate
where he was found.
I don't have the pit. Yeah, I think you'd have to go back in the stream when they showed it.
As far as the attorney testifying, he did it again, at least in my mind, with the. So you didn't see that it was Karen giving him CPR? That's testimony. And I know you said that the prosecutor is allowing some leading to speed things up, but now the jury thinks Karen gave him, Karen was giving him CPR. Whether she did or not, which they may establish later through witnesses that, she was.
I think it was
that officer didn't see it.
I think Serraf testified to that yesterday, so that's already in. But it was the same with the question of, did you see the blood on Karen's face instead of did you observe anything about Karen's face? It's no, you're not going to. It's 6 a.m. It's dark. The only light you have is from cars that are parked at the wrong angle to where you are, and it's snowing heavily. You're not going to see somebody's face. Like, did you notice whether her ring was a casket cut or an empire cut, sir? No, these are human beings.
It's so ridiculous, actually, and listening to a lot of that is just crazy to me.
And he's trying very, very hard to set up Jen McCabe as a sociopath.
And I think that's going to backfire on him really badly, because you're going to look at this lady, you're going to see, she's basically a mother. She's known John. I mean, it's very tough to paint someone who doesn't have a criminal record, who's basically a mother, and as some sort of evil, maniacal person that's trying to cover up a crime. That, to me, is just a very tough argument to make. And I mean, good luck with that. Good luck with that, because it's going to backfire. But I don't know. I mean, I think. I think basically we're still early in the case. But is there anything else that you guys saw that was interesting in my questioning? I think the leaf blower they talked about, I'm kind of how else are you going to figure out how to remove snow from a crime scene? But whatever.
Well, it's snowing. Yeah.
Because blizzard snow, a leaf blower is not moving it. Blizzard snow is too heavy and too wet. A leaf blower is not moving it. It's just not.
It just shows basically they had, they weren't very experienced and they grabbed whatever they could at that time. If you want to say they were kind of incompetent, okay, that's an argument you can make. But to say that they're corrupt and they're attempting to cover up a crime scene and incompetent, I mean, you can't make two. That's a complete opposite argument. If you're incompetent, then you can make the argument, okay, they messed up. But if they're covering up something, that means they're not incompetent because they successfully framed your client. You can't make it like they're stupid, but they're smart.
Here's the mentality we're arguing with. I had somebody on Twitter tell me that they moved a Ford Edge up to the end of the driveway, loaded the body from the garage door into the Ford Edge, drove the Ford Edge down the driveway, parked it on the side of the road so that they could move the body without suspicion and without triggering ring cams. By the way, all of that movement will trigger a ring cam because they're experienced cops who knew better. And I said, so the best they could come up with was dump him on the front yard too far for a plow to hit him and claim that he maybe got hit by a plow. And they went, well, yeah, they're idiots. They're either experienced cops who have solved murders and are trying to frame somebody by the best solution is front yard, or they're completely incompetent and never would have thought of any of that.
Yeah, I mean,
the dude in their front yard.
This is the problem with the defense. The defense is trying to paint this picture that they're incompetent and they have bad record keeping, but they're also these maniacal geniuses that basically, manipulated data and reports and everything like that to frame cam read successfully. Yeah, you got to pick one of the two. You got to pick either they were incompetent and they didn't investigate all the avenues because they fucked up, or they're part of the conspiracy. But you can't be both.
I also think that the defense attorney was kind of trying to plant it in the jury's mind that the officer that testified both yesterday and today had discussed his testimony with someone and like tightened things up overnight. And then when he was like, so you don't remember what you said yesterday? And the officer said, well, not word for word. That's completely honest. I mean, I can't remember word for word discussions I had yesterday either.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and
no one, I mean, that's common.
He expected him to remember grand jury testimony word for word from a year and a half ago. I mean,
well, I mean, that's kind of like, just to be fair, that's a normal set of questions attorneys will ask, because that's just a normal thing they do. They just be like, oh, well, is your memory better than back then? And they ask those questions, foundational questions. It's normal. It's just how it is, because what he's trying to point out is that your memory was better when this report was created than your grand testimony, that might have been different. And that was basically the foundational situation that he's trying to do.
Right. And unless you get one of those rare people that does remember everything they've ever said, anybody who says, yes, I remember. If somebody says, I remembered what I testified to, then they're going to start questioning you on it, because that means either you reread everything 5 minutes before or you're bullshitting your way through.
Well, I mean, usually,
I get that.
I mean, usually with those types of questions, you want to differentiate between what you remember from your head and what refreshes your memory from documents and paperwork,
right,
and stuff like that. But yeah, that's.
But I think as they try to paint, this is going to look silly as time goes on, as they try and paint every single person as part of this conspiracy, and the jury starts to realize that, okay, maybe if you had 2 or 3 people involved, fine. But now you've got 4 cops, 6 firefighters, 2 EMTs, a dispatcher, the entire Massachusetts State Police, the hospital workers, the ME, as you keep adding people in, and now they're claiming the judge is in on it, and the
DA's office.
Yeah.
But that's like at first, I think it's going to work well for them early on, because I'm sure the jury's probably sitting there and saying, oh my God, they messed up the report here and there. Some people might have a different thought process and say, well, Jen doesn't look, Karen Reed doesn't look like a person that, is like some sort of sociopathic killer or whatnot. But then I think as they talk and they kind of stick their foot in their mouth with the dog theory and the EMT and all these other people, I think that's going to be an issue for them. I think it's going to be tough, because right now they have to make it like they don't have to prove that someone else did it, which they could just prove that, it's a possibility, and that you don't have enough proof to basically say
right,
the only person. And the problem is that they're attempting to paint a narrative to blame other people, and that might backfire, because it'd be like, okay, this is unbelievable, and you're basically, if it's this unbelievable that all these people are in on it, then most likely your client hit him with the car. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's where they're trying to discredit the evidence gathering, not the evidence. Because DNA doesn't lie. Once you have DNA in 2 places where it shouldn't be, that's strong for a jury. Once you have taillight at the scene and the broken taillight before they claim it could have been taken and sprinkled. They love that word. Sprinkled taillight at the scene. That's powerful for a jury. So that's where they're trying to step in now.
DNA is going to be the key. Like, a lot of people are going to focus on the small things, but I think DNA and the Celebrate experts got to be a big deal. And I think the testimony from Jen McCabe and also Proctor are going to be very, very key points in this case. Like, very, very key points. The dog expert too might, like, if they have a dog expert that comes up and he gets eviscerated on the stand by the Commonwealth, it's not going to look good. It's good.
Frankly, if I'm the Commonwealth and they bring the dog expert up, I'm going to say, did you examine the body? No. Did you, what did you look at? I looked at these 4 photographs. Are these 4 photographs enough for someone to make a determination on this? No. Thank you very much, Your Honor. I mean,
and then it's going to be pushed over to the defense to explain away those marks, because now you just made it a focus of attention to the jury about these marks. And if they're not dog bites, what are they? And then you go into the report and you say, abrasions, and you say to yourself, oh, those could be formed by a car running you over, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's just simple as that. And I think that's the problem. They should have kept it very simple. They should have kept it that he went in his home. Higgins had a relationship, had somewhat almost a relationship with Karen Reed. There was a fight. this whole dog angle, this whole Cullen angle. It's just stupid, man. It's just they should have just focused on a very small one person and just made it that way. But the problem is I don't know, they made it too much. They made it way too much.
Well,
I
they're
think.
working. Oh, sorry.
I say I think that the problem for the defense is going to boil down to they cannot argue the defense, either the facts or the law here, because both are against her. So they have to attack the process, but they're going to have to individualize it for every single witness because their grand conspiracy makes no sense overall. They are going to have to individualize the narrative for every single witness. And you have a jury of 12 people who don't know what we know. They only know what's presented to them. And most people, just normal people, Occam's razor applies. That individual narrative for every witness is not going to fly with an average person.
But that is purely within Jackson's wheelhouse and within his usual strategy with cases like these. When he does defense, one of the first things he usually trots out is, well, all the witnesses should give me their phones. If they have nothing to hide, then they have no problem with me seeing their phones so that we can be open and above board. And
Except for his client.
Except for his client.
Who can run away to Florida and hide her phone for a year.
So they get the phone and then they start picking out these little embarrassing bits that they can bring up, that they can tie into it. And that either attempts to intimidate witnesses away legally, or it just allows them to attack the character of the witness, even though it has nothing to do with the case. He's done it in multiple cases. So that it doesn't surprise me that is what they want to do. That's why they pulled out the whole, and Proctor made some comment about nudes thing. It doesn't necessarily affect the investigation. That doesn't necessarily mean that the facts they found aren't facts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like that's just to paint him as like this terrible person. We'll have to see his testimony. That's why I think Proctor's testimony is going to be a big deal in this case, a very big deal, and it can go either way. It could be
the free Karen Reed people are convinced that either Proctor will not testify or he will invoke the fifth, and then he will be immediately arrested by the feds. So that's the level of delusion you're dealing with here. Well, I could see that he might fifth, but that would tank the case. I don't know whether he's actually going to or not.
No, but like you said earlier, Tim, all it takes is one witness to accidentally allude to Turtle Boy, and Karen's entire narrative crumbles down around her ears because the jury finds out that she got somebody out there intimidating witnesses away.
Yeah.
And as soon as that happens, the jury is completely against her.
That would be a scramble because as far as I can tell, none of that has actually been introduced into this case. Evidentiarily.
But the judge said that if the door is opened during questioning, they can answer it. And they're not going to be punished. They're not going to be, said, hey, you messed up. You shouldn't have said this.
She said she's not going to preclude natural answers. If it comes up organically, she'll let it go. Yeah. Or he'll let it go, rather. He'll let it go.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting ride. I love the people that are calling it on 5 hours of testimony now. They're like, well, they're done. She's innocent. She's walking. Like, guys, we're only on the fourth witness. There's 60. Just take some time and aggregate it.
Yeah, I think probably to me, the foundation is being laid on both sides. If you look at the defense side, they're trying to paint this narrative that information was, either purposely removed or just by incompetence. To me, as a logical person, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, you can't be both incompetent and a person that's been able to frame people. You know what I mean? That seems a little odd.
Well, the larger the conspiracy gets, the more likely someone's going to talk. No one has talked. That's why their thing has been, they've said everybody's flipped. Higgins flipped. Colin flipped. Everybody they've claimed is flipped at one point or another. And yet none of them have flipped because there's nothing to flip on. There's nothing to flip on. She backed into him with her car outside. That was the manslaughter charge. And then when they later looked into her actions, they discovered she ran around and tried to cover it up instead of calling 911. That kicked it via grand jury to murder 2. It's that simple. It all it requires is to her be pissed off at him and back into him with her car. She didn't need to intend to kill him. She just had to kill him. It's her actions after the fact that take it to murder too.
Oh, by the way, Queen, they're back. Queen, they're back.
Because murder too is the depraved indifference.
All right.
I'm ready. I'm on it.
I've got a meeting, so I'm going to go ahead and hop down. Love you.
Sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you.
All right, baby.
Whenever you're ready,
a little
Mr.
bit.
Riley.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nutall. Last name is Nutall, Nuttall.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what does that mean?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body. Progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group, Group 2.
Okay. And my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
Okay, and where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as a 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus, or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with 2 firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-band those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday, do you recall 2022? Do you recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you're scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th? Correct. And prior to, or the 28th sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reported to come?
So I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. The crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with Ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, right?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that Ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is Car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was Car 5, Engine 3, and Ambulance 1.
You know who was on Engine 3 and who was in Car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robry. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance one that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on, and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch and unresponsive mail in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe to the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start from there, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what, if any, description do you have of those people?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene? Is just sort of tunnel vision right to the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood. When you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with two paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is
Yep.
that correct? And
Right.
can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve mask?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approached where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up. Okay. So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know, how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
Do you have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
So approximately 6 to 8 feet from
Yeah.
the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of thing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just 1 second. You use a term in there as far as the cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to me based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was the coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. There was it was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some points you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest, is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted, and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed, and then eventually he was all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that the protocol, sir?
There is, you mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker. And for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after. And that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is. And then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And you used the term as far as hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
You mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway, is that correct? Correct. Okay, what were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
Just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well. Yeah.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for and what is that device? What is it?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved. And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene asked them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him. And
did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other 2, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the 3 females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr.
Mr.
O'Keefe?
O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flamati. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, did Firefighter Flamati, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct? So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flamati ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance, and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flamati, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I have just one moment.
Yes.
So when it comes to the report that we were that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flamati.
And have you seen Firefighter Flamati's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Sorry, Sean, your document after just review that. Look up.
All right.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the NFIRS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by Firefighter Flamati.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm open to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
it's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
I may have just one go.
Okay.
No objection.
Patient care report. And
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
And
thank you very much.
Proctor, if I could ask for the lights in the little. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Mr. Nutall, just directing your attention up to the screen there, what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
I believe that to be 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
And Mr. Nutall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask you, recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the 3 females around, you see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, do you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
If you could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observe that.
They right around in this general area. There.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, then.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Firefighter Nutall.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big, heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked,
mm-hmm.
no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
All right. And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. It's not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe is wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you just looked at these. What I'm holding in my hand appears to be the front and back of a fin.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Is that fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the
saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you Whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene. Probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of look alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene, you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct.
That's not
Yes.
where you're talking about.
I was, and if, to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
Yep.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, there were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something, like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Oh, boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors when you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
Is that possible that came from a small laceration?
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened?
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side?
Yes.
Of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar. They're really scared. They really want to push that fist fighting situation really hard. They are sidebarring. Yeah, I mean, like, I think the issue is that he's trying to like sneak in a fight, and he's trying to use this guy as an expert testimony for an assessment of like, you know, can this be a fight, and him testify for that. And I don't know if the judge is going to let that in. We'll see. I mean, it's a possibility. He might say, well, you know, he's an expert in the field. He can probably do an assessment on this stuff. You know, he can give his expert opinion on this. But they probably, with the other side, would probably say, well, he's not here in the capacity of an expert. He's here as, you know, I forgot what the term, as a witness. So I don't think they can sneak it in by him stating that he's an expert to testify to that. So we'll see. We will see what the judge ruling will be. Personally, I think that I don't think that's going to be allowed, that question, but it could be wrong. You know, Jackson could make a very good argument in the sidebar. Lay witness or a fact witness. Thank you, Janice, for that correction. I was thinking about that. So yeah, he's there as a fact witness and not an expert. If he was an expert, I think he could give his expert opinion, but we'll see. I think the ruling could be made now, or if he's going to be allowed.
Sir.
Right. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter.
Okay, so he's going with the expert.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights? Yes. Okay. Injuries to the face.
Yes. So he's going with the life experience.
To the nose. Yes. The ears. Yep. To the eyes. Defensive wounds on the hands.
Smart move by Jackson. Smart move.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head there. I mean, you could get hit with a golf ball,
of course,
for instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else. Yeah. I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that.
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She was tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
yes,
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic.
Correct.
Hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught.
Very distraught.
Very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, "Could I have hit him"?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point.
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, "I hit him. I hit him." Were you were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? Do you remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flamati with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony, Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flamati was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, "Do you know him?" Correct?
Correct.
Great. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, "Do you know him?" directly to the female, and she answered your question with, "I hit him, I hit him."
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, "I hit him," to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, "I hit him," to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question, correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no.
No.
You did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station, and we'll take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, the first responders?
I did not.
Let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say I hit him out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police to say, I heard this person say I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms?
You didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now, she's talking directly to you now.
She spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point, you've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you have discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there's been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that. Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And,
Yeah.
and nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Mr. Nutall, when it comes to you being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those injuries, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
Just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Proctor?
Sorry, sir. Rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So what, just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during an correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nutall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir.
Finally, because gosh, dang, man, I felt like he was boring as fuck. I was having a hard time hanging on.
Listen, he was very interesting, actually. I think they might call another witness. They might call another witness, but because they need to take lunch break at 1, so I'm not sure if they're going to put another witness and just do it for another 20 minutes, or they're going to just stop now and do an early lunch break and come back at 2. But he was very interesting. He disproved a lot of the misinformation. For instance, everyone talks about the 3 liters worth of blood. Where is it's missing? But we find out it's a pool of blood under the guy. We find out that she basically admitted to hitting him 3 times, as much as Alan Jackson attempted to, say, well, your memory, you're a little bit different here than there. But, sir, didn't you just have an examination with an officer previously stating that your memory when creating that report is better than one that's in trial because memories don't get better over time? So you're kind of refuting yourself a little bit. And I think the guy held back, basically, I don't think Jackson could go after this guy because at the end of the day, he did everything correctly.
Exactly.
And he was attempting to do his job. And he heard your client state, I hit him. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I don't know what you can do. He heard it. It didn't matter if it was said to him or towards him or not towards him. He hit him. Just ridiculous. I mean, let me just check if this is continuing.
Oh, here.
Oh, yeah, there's another witness. There's another witness.
Department, what if any other work?
Oh, hell, here we go.
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012, until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for first, what if any training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. The that would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working in.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate over.
And do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concern?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We're usually assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to ambulance 1 along with you at that?
At that time, I was working with Matthew Leahy. Not Leahy, sorry, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame in 28, 29, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that?
Yeah, so leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before, I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for a relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, it's a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point?
I'd It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
Before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nutall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nutall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3. Car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So
Frozen. What's up? Oh, looks like something stopped with Court TV.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what the hell that was, but we'll click over to Long Crime if you want.
Yeah, let's try that. Whoa. What's going on? What's going on, Court TV? What's going on? How late are we going today? Isn't it half day? No, I don't know if Tuesday's a half day. I don't know.
What route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep. So from Revere Street, would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. And that would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep. So that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road. So a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described?
So we had the fire apparatus. There was another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see two female parties, non-uniformed personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground. Is that correct?
It was, yeah, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting, or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and we were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
But when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point of sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance, and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flamati, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Mr. Lally. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. And we'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a hot day. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please.
Rise. All right, we're done for today. We're done. Right, we're done. You okay?
Boom. Oh, man, we made it. I didn't know if we was going to make it. Shit.
But it's very interesting. I found it very interesting that a lot of misinformation was disproven. I'm going to hit my gavel. The gavel's been hit. A lot of misinformation was disproven. Like, where's the blood? There was no blood in this scene. Meanwhile, the guy says there's a pool of blood under him. The fact it's reiterated that it was a very snowy and bad day out, that it was dark. I think the best for the defense they did was against when Jackson was questioning, cross-examining that officer. But at most, he was basically saying, well, your report's inaccurate here, here, and here. Well, welcome to police reports. I thought Yannetti's cross was basically not as good as Jackson. I think it was not as impactful. And I think Alan Jackson tried his best on the ambulance personnel, but that failed, in my opinion. The best he got from him was basically he had a lighter jacket than a normal jacket. And basically, that's pretty, and basically his memory was better back then, so his testimony was a little bit different when he was going with his memory while being questioned without the paperwork. I mean, that's basically what he did. He didn't refute the line that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The best he could refute was, did she say it towards you, or did she say it in just general? And that was pretty much it. He tried to sneak in the fist fight, the beating up and stuff like that. And I knew that was going to be an issue. But then he probably argued that, listen, this guy has X amount of years in the medical field. I'm sure he can make a determination. He's not just a fact witness. He can be kind of an expert. And he tried to sneak that in, but I think that failed too, because, he didn't really get that far with it. You know what I mean? He just it could be anything. And to be honest with you, the medical, this guy is not the person performing the autopsy and the report and cause of death and all that stuff. And it's not the important. But yeah, I mean, I think not a good day for
We did.
the
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read these off because I don't want Happy Life. Thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. It says priceless moment yesterday for Justice John O'Keefe. His mom's sister, hearing and seeing their reaction. That's all. Yeah, for Karen Reed. Let's see here. Brianna with the 99. So police officers are human, so they push their arrival buttons a few seconds early and out of order. What exactly does that change about who killed John O'Keefe? Not a damn thing. And then she said, 999 super sticker. It's if the fact. Okay, so if the facts aid against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, attack the process. Attacking the process is all she has because the facts are low and against her.
Yeah.
Tribal gal member for 12 months wearing my gold crown. Go ahead, girl. And Rowena member for 14 months. Hey, love. Okay, and then we're done. So there's that.
All right, Carlson, what you got to say?
That jacket's coming back in closing arguments. Just wait.
Yeah, the jacket is going to be this big deal. I don't know why. It's going to be.
And if the EMT could not even remember what clothing was being worn by the victim in this, how can we expect him to remember what a woman said in a chaotic situation, ladies and gentlemen of the
I
jury?
mean, me personally, if a woman's covered in blood in her face, screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I think that sticks out in my memory pretty well. Comparison to the what clothes I removed from a person.
Well, and he
you.
tried to stick him on his testimony when he said, I turned to her, I asked, did you know him? And she answered, I hit him, I hit him. That's no different than the testimony he gave before, which was she was running around yelling, I hit him, I hit him. He just changed the intermediate action.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of comical, honestly. Yeah, what's the deal with the jacket? The thing is, he's attempting
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat as far as anyone knows. There's no heavy winter coat in evidence. There was no evidence he was wearing a coat. He had on a light, and this has caused lots of argument on Twitter as well. It's listed as a hoodie in the evidence, but it is one of those light t-shirt weight, long sleeve shirts with a hood on it.
Yeah.
So they said, oh, his sweatshirt's missing. It was left from inventory because it has dog DNA and whatever. No, it didn't. But that's what he was wearing. So it's possible they cut it off. It's possible the EMT assumed that because they rolled him and took it off or whatever they did, that it was a coat instead of, but he also had a flannel shirt on. So they might have rolled him to take the flannel shirt off. Like it's fog of war, man. You're concentrating on what you're concentrating on, especially when you're working in an EMT team. You all know your job, so you stop worrying about what the other person is doing and you do your job.
Did the EMT recall incorrect? The problem is that his report is more accurate than probably the testimony today a little bit when you're comparing like the memory wise. And obviously a witness is not going to 100% remember every single thing they testified about 2 years ago or talked about. So, and Jackson knows this. This is a known fact by a lot of lawyers. That's why they try to get the reports and depositions early on so they have a piece of paper. Because how memory works is just like a VHR where it records over things, over time. Yep. He was trying to imply that, then he threw the light dig about the jacket at the end. Like, I don't expect you to remember, just like the jacket. I mean, like, Jackson is definitely using all his fucking slide remarks and all his little tactics to try to get this client off, which, he's allowed to, but like, I'm not going to respect him for that. That seems like pretty fucked up thing.
It's what Jackson does. If you've ever watched him in court, this is how he is. This is why she hired him. This is why they're spent $500,000 on this defense reportedly up to pre-trial, not even counting trial. I'm not sure what this is costing him. There's a lot of money changing hands here. A lot of money.
I don't know how how anyone's going to ignore that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And also, Brianna, I think it was either, I'm trying to remember who it was, Bryn Hill, that brought up that the guy had bile and blood down. So how is she performing resuscitation on him if he's got all this in his mouth and all that stuff?
Well, I mean, he also said he bagged him on the ground and they didn't use the suction until they got into the ambulance. So that's a discussion as well. But that goes to the point that he had thrown up on himself. We know that from the evidence of the fluids in his underwear, that sort of stuff. So that just goes to corroborate that.
Yeah. While selling all the T-shirts and popcorn money. Absolutely. They're definitely selling a lot of popcorn for this one.
And
to raise money.
Also, when you have head trauma to the back of your head, like you did, that causes the bleeding around the eyes that happened, causes intracranial bleeding. Throwing up is not a rare side effect to that. It's one of the things the body does when it goes into trauma mode. So that's not surprising at all. I will say this, though, when the responding officer walked into the house where they keep claiming that they never searched the house, there are some smells that are pretty evident when you walk into a scene where they work. Vomit's one of them, blood is another, and ridiculous amounts of cleaning supplies at 6 a.m. is yet another. So if all of those three things were absent, and I have no reason to believe that anything was covered up there, that's why I don't buy the whole, why didn't they run in and search the house immediately? You know, because there was no probable cause to search the house.
Reason, yeah.
Yeah, especially when one of the people covered in blood is screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yeah, kind of.
Roro, you up here, babe? Your mic was kind of being a little fuzzy, so I muted you because I didn't want it to, you know what I'm saying, the brushing. I figured you were just trying to get your mic, your earbud fixed or whatnot. You up here with us, babe? You want to unmute?
Is that really Rowena?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's really
Sorry.
hurt. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I was muted. Sorry.
Yeah, I checked to make sure it was you. I'm like, hold on. I know this ain't no fake account.
Look, this was my jam today. This guy right here, the paramedic, he was my jam. Just because I know, just because when you do CPR in the field or in the hospital, this is your jam. You're focused on one thing. Now you do take other things around you into perspective and everything, but you're not. You take everything in, and I love that he went from step to step of how he got there early. That shows that he's that also, I mean, to me, that also, and hopefully to the jury, that he is conscientious, he is prepared, he showed up early in case other people needed to get home before the big storm hit, all those things, that, in the back of the ambulance, you're always thinking ahead. If you wait until a patient crashes, it's too late. You have to anticipate your next move before it happens. But the blood thing was great.
Hey, it's me. Hey.
The blood thing was, I was like, yes, there's the blood. There you go. There you go. There's the blood. And as far as, of course she had blood on her face and from trying to give him breaths. Of course, anybody's going to do that. Were they effective? No, because they had to suction, not just sweep his mouth, but they actually had to suction mucus, blood, and bile from his throat. So, of course, she's going to have blood on her face. But, I just thought he did a great job, and he held his own, and he was like, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I heard her say, And if you have 2 people, that's 4 ears. If you have 3 people, that's 6 ears. So you can say something to someone and it be said to another person, but he heard it. It's all semantics. Trial is like a play, in my opinion.
Well, it seems to me that they've shifted a bit. It seems to me they're now trying to push that no one actually heard her say, I hit him. They heard something else. When on her Dateline interview, she said, I hit him. It was preceded by a but and proceeded by a question mark, Bill.
Right.
So she freely admits she said it. She's just trying to create, plausible doubt around why she said it.
Right.
If they're now pushing for you didn't actually hear that, Your Honor, the defendant is on national television stating that she said it.
Right.
Yeah, also I find it interesting that the people trying to frame Karen Reed tell her to shut up, not to say incriminating information to general public. Hey, maybe you shouldn't be saying that.
Now, I feel like Carrie told Karen to shut up because Karen was running around screaming at the top of her lungs for like 10 minutes nonstop. Mm-hmm. And it was just stop. We're all trying to sort this out and you're just running around in circles yelling. That's my feeling on it. If you hear the 911 call, you can hear Karen's, in my mind, performative screeching in the background. And when people are trying to figure out what to do, see if there's blankets in the trunk, do this, that, and the other thing, then all of a sudden you've got this lunatic running in circles, screaming at the top of her lungs. It interrupts the situation. Go over there, be quiet, and have your freak out, and let the rest of us do what we do, sort of situation.
Yeah.
Hello, Ellie. What's up?
Hey, so
And
what
what's
did you
your
guys?
thought?
This is what my big thing was. What did you guys think about the EMT talking about that he was wearing a jacket, like a puffy jacket that they cut off?
Well, my guess is that he probably had his memory's not clear on that and that detail.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, and my guess is that he confused the puffy jacket with the normal jacket with like the hoodie. It was a jacket, but it wasn't like a puffy jacket. And that's pretty much, I mean, honestly, like, is that the biggest deal in the world? I mean, like, I'm trying to figure out.
Well, like for the conspiracy people, like if he's like in his clothes going into the party, it'd be like, what did they? Put
Well,
in?
I mean, like, but that's the same outfit he was wearing in the bar. It wasn't like his puffy jacket was disappearing. He was wearing that normally running around.
A puffy jacket? I never heard about a puffy jacket before.
Well, that's
You
what I'm
did?
saying. Like, it wasn't.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah,
No.
I've never heard of a puffy jacket or anything like that. But he was wearing his regular clothes that he was walking around with. He never took off his,
I always heard that it was a long sleeve shirt, that he didn't have a jacket.
Well, that is a jacket. That's a hoodie.
A long sleeve shirt is not a jacket.
I don't know, like
I mean,
a hoodie.
It's just semantics in my mind. I mean, and what he's saying is basically, okay, so they would not cut off a puffy jacket because of the down in it. And
Yeah,
it was like
I understood
cutting
that.
open
Yeah.
a feather pillow. So
Yeah, of course, I get
even
it.
if
Yeah.
it is a thinner jacket, they might not have cut it out because it would be compressed,
Yeah.
and that would contaminate your field, your what you're working. But they're not thinking homicide and they're thinking I've got to intubate this man, I've got to keep the field this way, I've got to do that, so.
By the way, Brianna says, grand jury asked him if he heard her say, I hit him, to anyone. He said yes. Today he was asked if she said to him, he said yes. That's not a lie. That's a different questions with the same answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you also have the fact that his clothes are soaked, they're bloody,
Right.
they're covered in vomit. You're trying to warm this man up as fast as possible.
Yes.
They're probably going to pull wet clothes off of him.
Very
I don't want
much
to.
so.
I'm not going to speak for the man, but I'm just going to suppose that if he's busy keeping the airway, trying to keep count of compressions and intubate, bagging the guy and hitting him with air, he's going to see. They're going to say, okay, we're going to roll. He's going to see them roll. He's going to see them pull something off his back, dump it on the floor, and assume they took a coat off.
Okay. And by the way, if we just look at the evidence so far, rocky relationship about to end with Karen Reed. She's basically acting erratic in the location, and she's screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. When she's
freaking out. I mean, that's like expected. Like, I feel like that's to be expected, don't you think?
Question,
not
Ellie.
performative, I don't think.
Ellie, question. Is she freaking out because she's like her boyfriend's hit, or is she freaking out because she hit the boyfriend and now she
probably both.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
My belief is she's freaking out because it just became real. Up until this point, none of it was real. Remember, she tested
drunk.
point 8 at the hospital.
0.08.
Yeah, sorry, 0.08, 0.8. She would not be walking, but
Yeah.
right, she tested over the legal limit after this at the hospital, several hours after
later.
this. So
Yeah.
So she's still lit up at this point.
Right.
And so in my mind, here's what happens. She hit him. She drove home. She's kind of started figuring out what happens, but we know she was hammered by how much she had to drink the night before. So she's probably going in and out of what we would call rational thought, right? I don't know if any of you have ever been to that level of drunk, but there's things that seem like a really good idea that you then don't remember the next morning all the way. So I think she may have been experiencing like blackout moments where she was capable of doing things, but didn't remember them. And it's possible at that moment, everything came roaring back and she knew exactly what had happened.
all the
My
plot
point-
pieces came. She was hit with reality and
Sobering.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
What did you think about?
Yeah, by the way, I just want to say that, Leila. The point, I was pointing out the blood in the face because that probably would stick out to me in a memory of a person screaming, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him with blood on their face. Not guilting them because they went there and they to the scene. I'm just saying, like, that's going to be a vivid memory in my head.
Something you remember.
Comparison to the jacket. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, especially, and remember, we all look for different things, right? If you're a classic car person, you're going to see cars in traffic that non-classic car people aren't going to notice. They're not going to see, they're just going to go, it's an old car. You're going to go, well, that's a 68 Plymouth or whatever. An EMT is trained to look for and recognize and automatically interpret damage. So somebody with blood in their face is going to ping with them because it's potentially another person that needs treatment. Immediately, you're going to notice that. Where he's probably not going to notice what color the shingles on the house are or whether there's valid registrations on the cars. A cop would be more likely to notice that because that's what they're trained to look for. So you have a bunch of different you have a bunch of different people with different disciplines coming together, which is why they're bringing them all up to say, look, all of these people are trained to notice and recognize different things, and they all agree on this 3 points. That she was running around, she was yelling at the top of her lungs, and she said, I hit him.
Yep. And another thing is, just from my experience, from my one-on-one hands-on experience, every time that I've been in a situation, either in the hospital or out in public, when I've had to do CPR, the loved one of the person or whoever's with them is freaking out. They're on the person. They're not running around the area. They're like, I had to literally take a mom and push her off her 6-year-old son, and I about threw her about 10 feet because I couldn't do CPR on him because she was all over him. And I apologized to her afterwards, but you're not my concern right now. He is. Sorry I hurt your feelings, but she wasn't running around screaming, I didn't keep an eye on my kid and he drowned, and she wasn't drunk that I know of. So that too kind of, most of the time people are on their loved one. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I do think that's part of what made me think this was performative from when I started hearing about it. She jumped out. She bolted to him. She made sure to get on top of him and do performative, what looked like CPR. Did whatever she could do and then wandered away to go yell at the other people that were there. That's not, I don't think that's what a rational human being does. They are going to stay there and
do that.
Keep doing whatever work they know how to do, however ineffectual it is, until somebody who knows what they're doing shows up.
Right.
Everybody acts differently in those kind of situations. So I would have to say that, you know what I mean? You don't,
From what I've seen,
I agree.
Yeah.
Just from what I've seen, and that's just my own personal whatever. And another thing is, I don't know. I just, from all that, and then all of a sudden we're talking about self-harm. Maybe to avoid questioning. Yeah, that's where my mind goes.
I think that bought her time because she got sectioned at the hospital. They can't question you while you're sectioned.
Yep.
The police cannot come in and start questioning you while you're sectioned, which got her time to get with her dad, figure out what the hell they were doing, then show up at the house. Whereas we saw yesterday, they came in, and Lally is a genius. I was reviewing some of the footage today. You can talk about Lally's delivery all you want, but he managed to enter into evidence the video, clear video of everyone arriving at John's house. And if you go back and watch it, go find the video from yesterday, go back and watch it, and you will see that both she and her father look at the right rear tail light on that car while they're walking up. They both look at it.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
She's freaking out. She's at the hospital. She gets herself sorted out. She comes back to the house, walks in, goes upstairs with her dad, collects whatever is up there for about 15 minutes, collects her stuff, and then basically beats feet out of the house, never to be heard from again in direct contact with the family.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah,
That's
taking
weird,
the stuff
bro.
is very strange.
Yeah, taking the stuff like
It's not. He had told her, apparently he had told her several days before, from what we learned in right at the end of pretrial, if I remember correctly, He had told her several days before that this was done. She should pack her stuff and move out.
I mean, would you start packing your stuff to move out when the significant other is in the hospital? Or
No.
would you be like, yo, let me just wait on this. Maybe I can
so
help
weird.
out.
Look,
Well, and what she said to the sister-in-law of, I won't be talking to y'all anymore. I won't be seeing y'all anymore. Why not? I mean, why wouldn't
Yeah,
you?
that
If
was
you
all
did
very
nothing,
weird.
Why would you not be in contact with his family? I mean,
She
you're helping
knew.
raise his children. She knew. I mean,
She
she
knew,
knew.
yeah.
She knew that was it. I'm cooked.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean,
Until she
she's-
found
say
a certain
goodbye to
animal
everybody.
that breathed out his ass.
I mean, I don't know anyone that could sit here for the Karen Reed supporters to be like, well, this is the defense is doing such a wonderful job. It's like your client literally admitted that he hit him. Like, you barely got anything in, like the change of testimony a little bit, and that's pretty much it. Like the small little deviation here and there. But like, honestly, like so far, Jealous X that claimed that she hit him multiple times at the scene of the area. It was dark, it was snowing, and most likely no one saw John because it was dark and snowing. That's like, I don't know. Yeah, and that was the time when they did the test, Publica, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no, I was just answering somebody that said 0.8 is legally drunk. 0.8 is hospitalized. 0.08 is legally drunk.
Yeah,
Point eight, you got an 18
yeah.
tube down your throat.
Alcohol
and you're having to be
poisoning.
on a vent.
Yeah.
At that
Yeah.
point, I'd be asking, how is Karen Reed even like in the
Right.
land of the living if she had 0.8? I'd be like, man,
Yeah,
you must have a secret to immortality.
There's a lot of stuff about this that doesn't add up. I don't think she was invited to the bar with him that night either. I think she just showed up. She put him in a position where he had to play nice because he was in front of his friends. And she showed up at the bar. And if you look at the pictures from the bar, she's hanging on him and he's not paying any attention to her at all. I feel really bad for the poor guy.
Do you think
Now,
they were
this,
already
again, this
broken
is
up
my
by then?
bias.
No, I think they were.
He had told her to leave.
Yeah,
He
I
told
know.
her
I
to pack
think
her stuff and move.
I think like she was, in my opinion, a lot of the things she's doing is like classic fucking. Like if this was a dude doing this to a woman, it would be so a different story.
So different.
You know,
Well, like we found out in Aruba when they were in Aruba, John hugged the sister of his partner's ex-wife, his partner's widow, I believe. And so this is the sister of the woman whose John was the godfather of their child, just to make the relationship clear. Hugged her in the lobby, and Karen cursed her out and screamed at him for a while in the hotel room over this because she just flipped out on him. I don't think that's the behavior of a rational individual. And we know she was texting Higgins on the sly. We've seen that already been entered in. Reportedly, she caught him somewhere in the on the way out of John's house at one point and said, I know where the cameras are. Nobody can see us. So it adds up to this was not a happy, idyllic relationship that they're trying to paint this as a loving relationship.
Yeah, it was not. And the closest thing she could do in an interview was frugal. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, that's a 2-year relationship. And you're like, he was frugal. He was frugal. I feel like, okay, ma'am. That doesn't sound
Wow.
like
What a
She
bad
said frugal.
guy.
The one that got me was when she referred to him as roadkill. That was the one that got me. She said they left him on the lawn like roadkill. And I'm going, why would you bring roadkill into that?
Yeah, you're supposedly making a claim that he got beat up, but then you use a roadkill.
Yeah, bad analogy. Bad analogy.
Well, it's kind of like a Freudian slip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Catch my drift? Like, we got hit by a
Definitely.
car.
Hey, to address healing time in chat, I am not part of the jury and I am not part of the legal system. I'm allowed to form whatever freaking opinion I want with as much or as little evidence as I choose to see. I do not have to play presumption of innocence.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure I can give my opinion.
The thing is that everyone has opinions on case. For instance, like a lot of people immediately thought Murdoch was guilty, like based upon the evidence. You can't, you know what I mean? He's on trial. When I see like guilt, like people can form their opinions as long as like the only problem is when you start harassing people. Like if you just had your opinion that Karen Reed was innocent and you just looked at the evidence and all that, I would have no problem with you actually. I'd be like, whatever, your theory's kind of ridiculous here and there, but whatever. But like when you're harassing people in real life, like the other side has done, and also being directed by Karen Reed to do, because that's going to come out in a lot of more paperwork. It already did. Then that's the problem. So people can have their opinion. It would be a very dull true crime sphere if you can't make an opinion on whether during a trial you believe someone's guilty or not. So
yeah.
It would be very dull.
What'd y'all think
Netflix documentary.
What'd y'all think about how he tried to throw out there like nobody came, made such a big deal, like nobody came outside, none of the neighbors came outside. Look, my second house fire in my life, okay? My second house fire in my life. There was 2 fire trucks and an ambulance, and it was about 5 o'clock in the morning. Not one of my neighbors knew anything was going on until like 2 hours later. And then everybody was like, oh my God. You know, I had no idea.
Yeah, and I think that was a great point by the defense. I mean, not defense. I mean, the prosecution that said like no one came out of their houses.
Right.
And that shows. And like a lot of people that live in cities, they think, oh my God, 2 police officers, you immediately look outside. But this is like if you live in Florida, if you live in like those suburban areas that don't even have a sidewalk or lights or anything on there, then their houses are separated and everyone's kind of like, it's early 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. Obviously people are not going to jump during a blizzard. They're not going to all jump up and start looking and saying what's going on. The snow is deafening sound. It's dark out.
It is deafening. The sound of the snow, it really kind of masks a lot. Like you might not even know what's going on.
Just to personalize this a little bit, my bedroom in my house is off the side. I'm like 15 feet off of the sidewalk in front of my house where my cars get parked. And I have one of those little blackout curtains that slides down, keeps the sun out of the room. And I had an air conditioner going the one night. And I did not know this, but apparently somebody pulled up and was trying to break into the trailer in my car that was parked out front. And the neighbors called the police. And the police showed up and blocked this guy in. And he took off running through my yard and into the yard adjacent behind my house. And on his way, crashed through a pile of landscaping tools that were stacked up in the middle of the yard next to a wheelbarrow. And then the cops set the canine on him, who chased him down into the neighbor's yard and grounded the guy. They dragged him out, put him in the car, and hauled him away. I slept through every bit of it.
Yeah.
I then proceeded to sleep through the neighbors banging on the front door, trying to let me know what had happened. They came over the next morning. They go, were you home last night? I was like, yeah, I was here the whole night. So it's not that hard to sleep through stuff.
Right.
Especially if you were
earbuds. Yeah.
You know,
especially if you were up until 2 o'clock in the morning the night before, as they were at that house partying. It's now 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Between when Jen called the house, according to the call logs, and when he was hauled away was about 5 minutes. I don't think Brian even had his pants on at that point. He was probably still trying to figure out how to answer the damn phone, to be honest with you. Yeah. So the whole thing of did you tell them there's a trained first responder in the house? No, she's on the phone with a trained first responder.
Right.
And they had already rolled response and they were there within 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And that is a super fast response.
And I think like it's really telling that the defense is basically trying to paint all these people at fault, but Karen Reed, we're just going to ignore all her statements, all what she's done. Just ignore everything. Don't pay attention to the woman who literally admitted at the scene of the crime that she hit him. Ignore the fact that she had a rough and tumble relationship. Ignore the fact that him and her father were looking exactly at the broken taillight. Ignore all these things so far. Just ignore them all. Ignore the fact that, just ignore that, guys, and just pay attention to the fact that Jen McCabe was on the phone and she walked towards a house. And she wasn't acting like erratic and crazy, that she was basically on the phone. I mean, and then you got idiots like Turtle Boy on fucking News Nation giving the most horrible takes on this case. I mean, they're not even in reality. They're not even biased. If they were biased, it would be better, because at least
let me point out takes that we know now he got directly from Karen and her defense team through a Signal app. 40 hours spent on the phone with Karen by Turtle Boy. This is documented. It's not supposed. And a cutout who they sent messages back and forth through early on for anonymity. So we know that Karen and her defense team were in some form leaking him the information they wanted out so that they could then bring it back up into court by going, a local news organization has discovered this, so we want to talk about it. That's when it gets really hairy.
Healing time. it doesn't make you guilty yet because I can't presume that I cannot say she's guilty because I'm not on a jury, and I wouldn't be on a jury because I'm very biased, obviously, because I've followed a lot of the information outside the information, so I already have an opinion based on evidence. Unless new evidence comes and proves her innocence, that's completely different. But like, she is when you have someone with a broken taillight, about to break up with someone, fighting with them, and then suddenly starts screaming, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," at a crime scene. That's not really looking great for you. That's not really like that probably would lean to most. If I told that to most people, they would probably be like, "Whoa, that seems pretty bad."
And I really hope that paramedic has a lot of cameras around his house because a lot of the little weird turtles, just saying.
I think they may have backed off of that crap a little bit. I mean, maybe he can expect a couple of bad reviews if he has like a public facing web page or something, or if one of his relatives runs a restaurant or something, they'll suddenly get a bunch of 1-star reviews from people who were never there. But they've really backed off of the direct witness intimidation a lot now that like 10 of them have been arrested for it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, and
all
it's
right, well, I gotta hop down. Thanks
all right,
for letting me
Marina.
up. I'll be listening.
All right,
Thanks.
Marina.
Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. I wish like a Karen Reed, like someone who believes Karen Reed's innocent.
Bye, Roro.
Bye, Roro.
You don't know Rowena B. Tim? You said nice meeting her.
You said nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Sorry,
I said that. He responded to me. That's the paramedic when he was done. He said, "Thanks, everybody." I mean, he was good. He was really good. Like when he said, "I believe this to be," I was like, wow, you've either watched a lot of procedurals or you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think he was a way better witness than the first officer being crossed when it came to that. But I mean, like, I don't think it was a good day for the defense. I think it was a very bad day for them.
Jackson looked so dumb with that too. When he's like, they were like furrows. He had furrows on his arm, and he's like, "Furrows? What is that?" And he's like, like when you remove something, furrows, right? That's what I said. And he's like, "Oh," Jackson even said there would be memes about it. He's right, but I mean, oof, I mean, come on, dude, really?
Like furries.
He was covered in people in anthropomorphic mascot suits. What furries?
Furries, yeah. Look,
I don't know. The funny thing is, both sides. It's the blind men and the elephant. Both sides are watching this testimony, and both are claiming absolute victory in it. And I'm going, guys, it's only day 2.
It's too early.
I'm not claiming absolute. I'm not kidding. I mean, there were certain parts, like his first cross with that first police officer was a good
Serraf.
idea. Yeah, Serraf was a good cross, but I got a little annoyed with him with his BS, like, this recording that you can't hear, but I'm going to say what it says, and I'm going to basically testify to what it says. And then I'm going to ask you questions on something you didn't hear or anyone heard what it says, and ask you questions based upon that. That to me was so ridiculous. I sat there, are you out of your mind? That's like that was crazy to me. That kind of soured me with him. I was like, oh, so far he's doing a good job. He's earning his money. He's doing pretty well. And then that just annoyed the shit out of me. I was like, that's a scummy tactic. Just like when Yanyetti said that scummy thing, he was like, with a body on their front yard. He knew that shit was going to get sustained, but he said so the jury would hear it. It's like such a scummy tactic. And they're using every single scummy tactic they can think of to try to get their client off. And that's, to me, it's like, this says everything to me. If you have to like resort to these scummy tactics to try to poison the jury and like try to show the photo accidentally to the jury, and the judge has to admonish you and say, don't show that photo to the jury, please. No.
Oh, that was in pretrial when Miss Little held up the chalk and the judge is like, yeah, we're not doing chalks here. Stop it. Put that down. And she like held it up for another 3 seconds. Went, oh, you mean this one? I have to put this down. And it's like, yeah, stop it.
Yeah. And I just thought that was just a scummy, but I thought his, opening about like the inaccuracy of the documents, that could definitely be something that could be useful. And I thought the But I know he was trying to plant the seed of, oh, well, maybe you didn't want to embarrass this police officer by putting down the address, from a Boston police officer, a dead body. And I saw, but you know what? The thing is that he's technically not lying. He's technically just not telling the whole truth, which is basically the person was on the border of the location, the two houses.
Yeah, the initial call came in, and the initial call was logged by the automatic call logging system as 32 Fairview, probably because of where they were parked and where Jen was standing when she made the 911 call. GPS triangulated it, went, this is the closest address, plugged it into the system.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Serraf and the other guys' reports weren't written off of what they got from their cruiser log. Because if you notice, Serraf pulled up in front of 35, which is across the street. So did the cruisers, which probably have GPS tracking in them, automatically say parked at 35 as the nearest address? He wrote that down when he wrote his report because that's where he parked. I don't know how they write their reports, but that is a trial in its own, trying to figure out how they write and cover reports. It's like the people going, standard procedure is to video intertape witnesses or video interview witnesses. Well, no, It depends on what department you're in. Also, remember, this is the middle of a blizzard that had shut the entire area down, which is why they didn't have everybody come down to the station one by one. They were all together in one house, and Trooper Proctor said, I could just come talk to you all there one by one, and that's what they did.
Yeah, and I think like the whole idea that like, oh well, you should just keep all the witnesses separated and all that. It's like, okay, so how was he going to accomplish this when he went to the scene?
No, ma'am, you're under arrest. I know you have nothing to do with this, but you're under arrest. You're not allowed to walk into that house in the middle of a damn blizzard when you're standing outside in the snow.
Yeah, I mean, like, are you out of your mind? Like, what is he supposed to do? Detain her? Detain everyone?
Ma'am, why are you walking toward that stranger's house? It's my brother-in-law's house or whatever. Oh, all right.
I mean, is he going to just grab Karen Reed and the two others and say, sit in the back of my police car and I'm going to close it and you stay there? I mean, he only had one car, number one. So how is he going to separate all the witnesses if he only has one car at the time? So, I mean, just like not logical in his thought process. And
yes, we need to separate the witnesses that drove here together.
Yeah, like separate the witnesses that drove here together, and we got to figure out which car each witness is going to go into. And then while doing that, it just doesn't make sense. It sounds good on paper, like, oh my God, they didn't separate the witnesses or anything. But if you like look at it, it's like, doesn't make sense, that thought process. To me, it's silly. It's like basically very silly. I mean, it's just trying to hide the fact your client admitted that she hit him with a car. That's pretty much what happened, sir. That's pretty much what happened. She admitted to hitting him at the scene to a neutral party. You can't claim corruption.
Multiple neutral parties at the top of her lungs.
Yeah. And then she basically, and the only thing you can say is she tried to save his life. Well, I mean, if he was already deceased, just saying, like, the police officer checked his pulse and there was no pulse.
I'm also trying to figure out Lally Jackson might be trying to go two ways with questioning the EMT about the egg on his head that could have happened from getting punched and the cut on his nose and the cut over his eye. They could turn around if this looks like it's bad enough. They could state that their client slapped or swung at in a fight, but didn't hit him with a car. And therefore, that's why she said I hit him, because she slapped him in the face or whatever, even though it's kind of hard to slap somebody who's sitting next to you in a car and cause an egg on the opposite side. I mean, last-ditch defense, I'd pull that out.
I mean, that could be possible, but like the problem is that I feel like they're trying to push towards, like, I felt like he was definitely trying to push towards the fact that he was trying to introduce the third party, like, oh
yeah, they're gonna keep trying to do that. They're making Jen look like the evil mastermind of all this, even though she apparently went home after all this is supposed to have happened and then searched how long to die in the cold, even though apparently there's no record of her actually clicking on the response and loading the web page, just typing it in the search box.
Yeah.
And that's where I think they're going to lose the jury. Once you get Ian Whiffen and Green and these other people in there going into deep legalese, you think Lally's opening statement was bad? Wait until you hear nerds talking about web search times and wall files and how phones delete calls out of your call log. Like after, if your call log only holds 20, then they'll show as deleted from the call log, from the current call log, but not from the phone, which is what she deleted every call before a certain time. No, she didn't. Her phone did.
Yeah.
She
By
had
the way,
30 more calls. That's what everybody's phone does that.
Healing Time says that. I agree. She made statements. That statement is all about context. Did she say it, or was it a question? She didn't say, "Did I hit him?" She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him." And it was no question. She stated it multiple times. Okay, the guy said it. That's the problem. And like she wants to rewrite things and say, "Did I hit him?" Like even if we went with that charitable change of testimony there and then change, she would still have to believe that she hit him with the car. Like had the thought of hitting him with the car. So I'm just saying, like, it's just doesn't make sense. She just admitted in the scene, neutral third party, admitting that she hit him with a car. There's a taillight broken. She's about to break up with the guy. She's about to be kicked out of the house. She doesn't want to leave the house. She's a heavily jealous person. She's prone to anger. She's cursing at a random woman, not knowing. She's quick to anger. Now pair that with alcohol, drinking alcohol in the back of a car, like back of the wheel of a car, to a guy going into a party that she might not be invited to or want him to go in. You tell me what that paints the picture of. That paints the picture of someone who could hit someone with a car. Just saying.
Yeah, I see people are asking for my link in chat. My channel's, it's my YouTube name, Public Occultist. And I don't do true crime over there. I do Dramacide, just basically arguing with each other and not about crime, about dumb stuff. But if people want to follow, they're more than welcome to. But you're not going to find this. That's all I'll tell you.
But I'm just saying, like, that's the thing. That's the picture that I am seeing here with this. I am seeing a very rageful person mixing with lots of alcohol, was about to be kicked out of the house, and basically admitting at the scene that she hit him, and hit him. And basically two people looking at the back of the father and her looking at the back of the direction with the broken taillight. I mean, like, pretty much. And then the only thing Mr. Jackson says is, well, they didn't see the taillights, all 30 taillight fragments there. Well, maybe because there was 6 inches of snow, and then when he was hit, basically the reason why there wasn't that much snow on him was because, body temperature, and basically the heat melts the snow. But the fragments do not have body temperature, and they got buried in the snow. Now, you want to talk about leaf blowers and all that, and how improper it is to do that with evidence collection. That's great and all. But that only goes towards, like, if you want to try to dismiss that evidence, that it shouldn't be admitted because it was contaminated or something. Or you want to say that they just weren't doing well with evidence collection. How does that, and you can't argue incompetence and then corruption, basically mastermind corruption, where they're so great at it that they planted evidence and they can trick the FBI. Okay? Like, how are you going to explain that the FBI cleared it? No one's being charged. No one's.
The FBI wasn't investigating it. The FBI, like we were told. So this is where this all becomes ridiculous, mainly because it's being tried on YouTube. But here's the thing: we were told that the FBI was investigating this. The FBI could not, in good conscience, allow this to go to trial. Remember, Jackson or Yannetti, I don't remember which one, stated that in court. They said that. That the DA's office knew that they were the target of the FBI investigation, which the FBI turned around and said, we have never, not the FBI, but the state's attorney turned around and said, we have not notified anyone that they're a target of this investigation. So stop saying that. So they've already been shown to play fast and loose with it. But I've been told by the people on the Free Karen Reed side that the FBI was coming 3 months ago, that it was coming 2 months ago, then they were going to kick in doors before they seated a jury. Then they had up until they finished seating the jury. Now it's, well, they have until 2027 to do this. So they may wait for her to be fully prosecuted so that they can go at the people who prosecuted her for false prosecution. I'm like, that's not what the FBI does.
No,
that's local court crap.
Yeah,
if they were investigating malfeasance in the investigations, which is presumably what they were, because Levy came out with this one state police group that they were trading like water coolers and snow blowers for CDL licenses. And another group, there was another couple of officers somewhere else in Massachusetts that got popped for doing something else with like testimony or something. I don't remember what it was. But they went through all that, and the most after this TUI process dump that they got was that Proctor sent some questionable text messages. I mean, they didn't find much if that's the case. If that's the most they could come up with, and if the FBI went through everything, and the most they could come up with was he might have had some off-color texts with a friend, or somebody that knows the cousin of his brother's nephew's aunt, or whatever ridiculous line of contention, said, remind me to get him a present when this is all over. That's not proof of corruption. I mean, especially where in the timeline it falls. That's the other thing we need to know. Was this last month, last week? Was it before she was even considered a suspect? That all changes everything depending on where it happened. But if that's the best they can pull out, this is the FBI is not doing crap.
Yeah. I just think it's just crazy to me that the thought process that you think these people are incompetent, did a terrible investigation, and then you're saying that they also are corrupt. These people are, and that the FBI is just going to sit there and let, someone go to jail, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not $1 million possibly, to defend themselves and do a trial. And then right when she gets convicted, or if she gets convicted, right, come in and be like, yep, you're exonerated and we're arresting everyone else. And the judge is also corrupt too. And the prosecutor.
Yeah, and the judge, the DA, the senior DA, Morrissey's getting arrested. We're picking up all the investigators, the EMTs, everybody involved in the conspiracy. That's just not happening.
Yeah, that's just never gonna happen. That's the same thing with the QAnon stuff, man. With when Trump wasn't elected president, Biden's being sworn in, everyone's on the live stream with the QAnon. They think the government's gonna be taken over, that there's gonna be like the generals are coming in, and when it didn't happen, they all started crying on the live streams. It's the same shit. It's QAnon shit.
What's going to be interesting to me, and I don't know if we're ever going to find this out, but I'd really like to know, is why did Levy start looking into it in the first place? And I can think of two reasons. Reason one, the previous state's attorney left under a cloud of bad juju, but she had an ongoing argument with Morrissey. So it's possible something was opened before she left that they then continued that has since rolled into this. That's one possibility. Levy was just working through her backlog, had found that she and Morrissey had fought for a while, and they were going to run with that. That's one. That one I'm okay with. The other one is that, as is being suggested, I don't have any proof of this, that her Karen's father potentially got a hold of Levy and said, hey, I need you to look into this. And the state's attorney, as a favor, looked into this for him, which would be a little more questionable.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the rumor that's running around, with the father and everything. I don't know. To be honest with you, I haven't seen anything that would point to that as of yet, and we'll see. I mean, I try not to go into that conspiracy.
Yeah, and I mean, I doubt we'll ever find out. They'll close the grand jury. They'll say we didn't find anything. That's the end of it. Everything's sealed. We've already given you everything we can give you. That's why we went through the TUI process. Stop asking us, which is what the feds do. I mean,
yeah, and I don't even think like the Fed investigation is going to be brought in. So what they have is basically Proctor, and I think they're going to try to paint Jen McCabe as this terrible person, and Proctor as this terrible person. But like at the end of the day, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's going to be a very uphill battle. And they might, who knows? Jackson might earn his money and get her acquitted. Maybe money will trump, get her off. Who knows?
It might.
I can't be sure. You never know what's in the mind of the jury. The jury could definitely be like not liking the defense, all their thought process. They might like Alan Jackson, how he goes in on there. You know what I mean? Like, it's just simple as that. I mean, there's a reason why Alan Jackson is this high-priced attorney, and it's not because of his looks. It's because he's good at his job.
Yep.
And he's climbing.
he handled Harvey Weinstein. He handled Phil Spector. I think he prosecuted Spector. He defended Kevin Spacey. So yeah, he's done some high-profile cases. This isn't his first day under the hot lights.
Yeah, and remember, they still have witnesses. Probably the defense has their witnesses, their experts. This is day 2. This is going to be 6 weeks, they said. 6 weeks.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. There's going to be a lot of people that will say, well, this was a good day for the defense and this was a bad day for the defense.
And a lot of people go into these long trials like this. I mean, look at the Brooks trial, right? Like at the beginning, everybody was all over it. Then there was a lull toward the middle when people got tired of watching the same thing happen day in and day out. Grounds, building, fort, no judge and all that crap. And then right toward the end, it ramped up and everybody paid attention again. And then everybody wondered why the judge had to read every line of the sentencing out. It's so he doesn't get an appeal, folks.
Yeah, and I think even if like Karen Reed is guilty, like get sentenced to guilt, I think they'll appeal it immediately. I think they'll try to appeal it immediately.
But my point is there's going to be a fervor of interest in this at the beginning and then again at the end, but in the middle, it's going to lull and people are going to get bored of watching witnesses that aren't bombshell witnesses that don't blow the case wide open. I don't think you're going to see a blow the case wide open defense come out. I think the stuff that the prosecution can pull out, which is going to be if that cruiser cam shows the taillight broken at 8 a.m, that that is a bomb, but nobody's going to count it as one because if you're on the she did it side, you already know it was broken. And if you're on the defense side, you're just going to find some way to wave it away.
Yeah, you're going to say, well, it was John's car. She hit John's car and she cracked that way.
Yeah, she hit John's car. Proctor had arrived earlier and stolen it and went and sprinkled it. He didn't get it from the Sally port at the, that crap. But what I'm going to find interesting personally is watching the cultists scramble as they get new information to work it into their theory as it has continually changed. It was a teenager, then it was a dog, then it was an ATF agent, then it was a this, then it was a that. Yesterday, somebody told me they snuck him out the basement, the Bilko door in the basement, and then took a rake and raked the snow smooth behind him so there were no footprints when first responders arrived. I'm like, really? You think, like, again, if there's 6 inches of snow and you walk in it and it snows another 6 inches, you have a foot of snow and 6-inch deep footprints. You don't have undisturbed snow.
Yeah.
So that's why he made the point of, were there any footprints leading toward the house? None. It's highly unlikely that they carried him out of the house. And the driveway was covered too. So they didn't drive him out of the driveway in a car, in a Ford Edge, that they moved him from the end of the driveway to that spot and dumped him.
I mean, you look at the photos of the house, you don't see steps going from the house to that location. I mean, like to the location where John's at. You just see the photos, and it's just crazy to me. I will be quite. Yeah, we'll see.
It is sad, and it's. I constantly have to remind myself that at the core of this, a man lost his life, and children lost the second parent that they had. Children who had already lost their mom and dad now lost the guy that adopted them, their uncle. And that for 2 years, everyone involved in it on the side of the family has, well, over a year, has been harassed, tormented, harangued, insulted,
attacked, families attacked.
Yeah.
Social security numbers being posted on a website. I mean, like, just ridiculous things. And honestly, like, even if Karen Reed does magically get acquitted of this, like, I doubt it, but there's a possibility. OJ got acquitted. There's been many guilty people in my mind, in my opinion, that got acquitted because they just had a very good lawyer and they had a very good case, good lawyer, I should say. I don't think she's going to be happy. I think a lot of people in this town know what's up. And I think a lot of people are just not going to, she's never going to be the same, what she did. She did an evil act, and she continued to do an evil act of harassing and condoning the harassment of people. And that type of evil, that sticks with you, man. She will pay for that, either going in jail or in life. I truthfully believe that. Look at OJ.
Yeah.
I mean,
And that's the thing that gets me, even if she is innocent, and 1% chance she's innocent, but even if she were innocent, doing this to that family, using Turtle Boy to do this to that family is as bad, if not worse, than what she did in the first place. It's insult to injury, and it's attacking people who are already grieving. And that bugs the hell out of me.
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility. Let me see. I can't listen to Turtle Boy, but does anyone know why he thinks Reed is innocent? Well, the thing is because he had an in-between that talked to him that was friendly with Karen Reed, and she bamboozled him into covering the case because she said the FBI was coming, that they would be like basically revealing the corruption. And then he started getting personal conversations with her and started getting personal information from the defense, like things that should not have been released. And he started getting numbers, and he jumped on the Karen Reed bandwagon, basically. And honestly,
I was going to say, at this point, I'm not sure even he believes it. He has to believe it now. First of all, he made a crap ton of money selling merch and covering this.
Yeah.
Most of those all those free Karen Reed shirts with the little turtle on them, that went into his pocket, not hers. He did a whole live stream screaming at his fans who were asking him how much of the proceeds went to Karen. He said, none of it. This is my money. If you don't like it, don't watch me.
I mean, he even got a discount on a car from Karen Reed's brother.
Well, allegedly. And
allegedly.
And the other reason is he believes, he has stated multiple times, that if she is found innocent, then the witnesses are the people who actually killed John O'Keefe. Therefore, he's not guilty of intimidating a witness because they weren't witnesses. They're the actual bad guys, and his charges go away. He believes that.
Yeah. He has a vested interest that Karen Reed is acquitted. He is not a blogger or a journalist that's a neutral third party that's reporting on this. Everyone screams, Grant's not neutral. Grant's not neutral. But no, Turtle Boy is not neutral. If this woman gets convicted, his goose is fucking cooked. Absolutely cooked. His goose is still cooked. He's definitely going to jail for one of those 19 charges.
Yeah.
So he's definitely going to jail.
And possibly more coming. Remember, there's still conspiracy charges that potentially hang over Karen.
And look how Karen looks at him and just ignores him.
Now, that was the best video when right after he got out of jail and he showed up at one of the hearings and he was standing outside and she's walking by, and he's a little tiny bit of a thing. He's about 5'7", 5'8", little tiny man. And he actually stepped up on a wall to film, and he smiles at Karen as she's walking toward him. And Jackson or Yannetti puts their hand across Karen's back to the other shoulder and physically steers her away and around from him. Like, Don't even look. Don't make eye contact. That's when he knew that he was cut out, because he had become a liability. As soon as he got thrown in jail over this, that's when he became a liability.
And that's the thing. Like, this is the problem with Turtle Boy. If he had a brain in his head, he would understand if they don't get Karen, they're going to get you, sir. You fucked with this case. They have 19 charges. They have your phones. They have all this. Or do you really want to go to jail for X amount of years for Karen Reed? Just saying, sir, Mr. Turtle Boy, I would start thinking about plea deals at this point. You know what I mean? I would start thinking about that. Just saying. You want to do hard time for a woman like that? Go for it. Fantastic. You'll just be the next guy that she fucked over and ruin their life.
Runs with scissors. I'm not sure which way she went. I know they were congregated sort of toward the middle of the yard at the front along the road. I don't know if she just plowed straight across the yard or walked along the road and then up the sidewalk into the front door when she finally went in. Lank, I think, is the one that went into the house, so he might have that answer. He'd probably know where the footprints in front of the house were, because he's the one that went in and talked to Brian and his wife, where they claim no cop entered the house. The cop most definitely entered the house. And then once we pointed that out, they went, well, yeah, but he was a local guy, so he would have just covered up for it. They should have had flown in someone from California to do it,
Yeah, I mean, I remember the glare asked me, why was it sent to California? I was like, that's where the experts are. I mean, you don't have major experts in a town of 39,000, 39.
Well, and then
people.
With the DNA on the hair, which came back, by the way, and as far as I know, it's a match, because they had to send it out for mitochondrial, which the defense first complained and said, you get one shot at this. If you screw it up, the sample's gone, and that would be bad. And so the prosecution said, all right, let's agree on a lab that we both agree can handle it. So they sent it to that place, and I think it's North Carolina, and then it dragged and it dragged and it dragged, and it took forever to come back. And then the defense started to get nervous, and they were trying to get it kicked because it hadn't come back yet, and then it came in right at the end. But the defense was also using that to withhold their discovery back to the Commonwealth, because Lally brought it up. He said, I still haven't been given this discovery that the defense owes me. The defense said, well, we don't have everything from you. Where's the hair? The hair that was sent to a lab of their choosing that they agreed on hadn't come back, and they're like, "You're dragging your feet on the thing." It's like, once it's with the lab, that's on them. It's no longer on the prosecution of the defense. So there was a lot of tomfoolery before this even got to jury selection.
Let me see. On his YouTube a few minutes ago, had Karen Reed's mother on the hot mic before he muted her, saying how great Turtle Boy video was last night. Yeesh.
Wow.
That's not good. Especially if the brother is buying coffee and donuts for the protesters. I mean, like, that's not good. Not good, guys. Like, this is what I say. Like, people self-snitch way too much, man. Way too much.
Look, if I was Karen Reed, my entourage would be small. The entourage that arrives with me would be small. We would all be wearing dark, muted clothes, and we would be walking somberly into the courthouse. I would not be grinning and beaming and putting my hand over my heart and waving to people and taking flowers from people and letting people run up and touch me on the shoulder. I mean, that's just bizarre for the defendant in a murder trial to be parading around like Jackie Onassis.
I mean, if this was a dude doing that about hitting, let's say, hit his ex-girlfriend, accused of being hitting his ex-girlfriend in the car, and he starts smiling and dressing up inappropriately and, you know, acting like a celebrity, the jury would immediately hate this guy. He would be doing, there wouldn't even be an opening. They'd probably think this guy was guilty. Like, it's just such weird. It's just so weird. And like, and the reason why I keep on bringing the gender situation is because I feel like a lot of people are ignoring this blatantly bad behavior. I mean, she's endorsing selling popcorn to her defense fund. To me, is inappropriate. Like, it's like, what is this? The movie theater? What are we at, a show? No, this is your murder trial. This determines your life. If you get convicted, you're done. Stick and fork in you, you're gone. This is not a joke, man. This is not a show. This is your life. And I would probably take it seriously at this point. Just saying.
And that to me leads to why I think it's her arrogance. The fact that she's behaving that way, the fact that she went on Nightline or whatever it was, the fact that she's done interviews, and that she spoke out on the courthouse steps when they're like, Mrs. Reed, you let your lawyer answer that. You don't look at the person asking the question and go, we know who did this, Bill. We know. You know, I mean, what the hell? That's insane.
Yeah, and I think it's like you're seeing, like, and I don't think that like how she looks in the courtroom, I don't know if that's a good look, man. I mean, like, she hasn't shown any emotions. Like, this person that they're trying to say, like, she loved him, she acted radical, she was, you know, hysterical about this, but meanwhile, she's calm, deadpan while looking at a video that was supposed to be, like, the most tragic event in her life, and she doesn't even, like, move a tear. She doesn't even have, like, any reaction at all, but just stares at it, blank face, fucking more annoyed than anything? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
That's weird to me, guys.
I feel like she's trying a lot harder to control her facial expressions than she was in pretrial, because she was all over the place in pretrial, man, smirking and grinning and snapping at her lawyers. Like, there's a couple of clips where Little would be up and saying something and she'd turn and shoot dagger eyes at her, and you could just see her lips move like, wow, man. Usually you don't talk to your lawyers that way.
That is a cold stare, like stone cold stare. And there's no emotion towards it. I mean,
so I think they told her to control herself, and now she's overdoing it. She's not showing any emotion whatsoever.
And you're trying to paint this person as this emotional, the only person that showed empathy to try to save John, and she's not shedding a tear. And if you have Jen McKee go on the stand and start crying, or, you know, the supposed cold stone evil person, and your client's sitting there and just stone cold looking at, I don't know, the jury's not going to like that, and that's a problem. I think she was over prepped. I think she was way over prepped in how she looks. Her clothes are kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, they look better than the mini skirt and the stripper boots she wore at the one. I think was it the last pretrial or jury selection? One of those two. Man, I was like, wow, what are you doing? No, just no, just no.
Yeah. It's just crazy to me. And let me see. Turtle Boy is not.
Johnson.
Turtle is an opportunistic trying to broaden his brand to spin off to a higher platform. The best way is to take the conspiracy route. Well, that's the best way in true crime to do the conspiracy route. Look at the Sebastian Rogers case. I mean, there was a photo flying around that they said, oh, this was the kid. This is the kid. And everyone flew with that, and it probably wasn't because I looked at the photo and it doesn't look anything like that kid. So, I mean, like, you jump at the conspiracy angle, you get more views. It's unfortunate. I mean, like, you look at Aidan Kearney, look at a free Karen, like you look at free Karen live streams, they get triple, quadruple the views. You look at people that try to review the evidence and be fair, you get like, 1/10. It's just how it is. People are more interested in the conspiracies because it's always attractive to people, just how it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few true crime people I can watch. I kind of like, Wine Heels in the Air. I kind of like, because she's more of a reacting to the reactors. Obviously you guys I watch, but
we're not really a true crime channel. We're more of an open discussion channel. We're not a true crime channel.
Well, you more discuss the people flitting around true crime, which is what I'm talking about. But I can't watch Granny. I can't watch Glare. Obviously JLR is insane. Natasha, Molly, Dolly, Bullhorn Betty, all of them, they don't care about true crime. They have main character syndrome. What they want to do is insert themselves into it.
I would say we did watch a jail during the Cavalcante trial. We logged into him just staring at bushes, basically. That was very interesting. Personally, me, I wasn't understanding how 3,000 to 4,000 people enjoying watching him stare into bushes. But okay, I mean, to each his own. I'd probably rather watch any random trial. If you just said any random trial going on right now, watch that other than JLR staring into bushes, I would watch that. I wouldn't even need to know any of the case details. Just throw me into any random trial. We'll just watch that.
But part of it's FOMO too.
Yeah.
My inflection was entirely wrong. It's FOMO as well. You're
having an Alan Jackson moment.
Yeah, we've become so accustomed through YouTube, and I blame the COVID for this. That changed everything in as far as how we consume information, because the movies were shut down, TV was shut down. We weren't getting new episodes of anything. All we were getting was replays. Media was highly locked down and controlled, but you had this perfect storm of YouTube and StreamYard at the same time, and OBS became easier to use, which meant that anybody that could figure out how to click go live on a device could be live on YouTube, acting like an oracle of information. And for almost 2 years, a lot of us, I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for myself, this is how we began to consume information. And we got used to the interaction of having a chat and having the ability to be immediately react to people. I can't type in my local news station and go, "You're an idiot. Stop saying that." I can on YouTube. So this changed the way that we follow this stuff. So now if I have a choice between watching court TV broadcast a trial and watching somebody else do it on YouTube, I'm going to select YouTube, because at least there's a side chat there that it gives me feedback that I can tell, did I hear what I heard? How do other people feel about this? So I think that we have this FOMO now where we want to reach to a live person, even if we don't like them. A live person who might do something we don't expect is better than something sanitized and perfect on TV that we know is going to be exactly as expected.
Very true. He says, what are those people going to do when the trial is over? They have nothing to fall back on in the future. Oh, no, though what would happen is that most likely they're going to, let's say like Karen Reed's acquitted. Let's say she's acquitted. They'll probably try to butter up to Karen Reed, and they'll still continue to do the case. They'll be like, let's investigate the case now, and they'll look into they'll redouble their efforts on the witnesses in the case and just do continuous harassment of those people. And then they'll talk about Karen Reed, and they'll talk about that type of deal and the corruption there and whatnot in their minds, what's corruption. If she gets convicted, they'll talk about the corruption in Canton, and they'll protest, and they'll say the FBI. You're looking at least another year and a half of this after the trial's over. Maybe more, maybe 2 years.
Well, I think as soon as Karen Reed's done, you've got Turtle Boy's trials starting in earnest. And so a lot of the people who came to Karen Reed came through Turtle Boy, let's be honest. They're going to split off and follow him. Then you're going to have Rita and the remaining Cantonites who are trying to basically overthrow government in Canton and establish themselves. She's running for some different office now. One of the other people who failed to get the position they wanted in the election is running for a different office. So they're going to still try and foment that derision in Canton. So that little core of very local people who are actually from Canton will continue to agitate and do that. They will all still continue to hate the Alberts and the McCabe's just because that name has been hammered into their brain for over a year as horrible, evil people. So that's going to continue to be an issue. And then the Glarers and the people like that of the world, they'll just find another case to go jump on. They'll find some other, shock and awe, missing child thing that they can sit there and be live about for 8 hours a day.
The Glare to me is pretty dumb. I couldn't believe. I'm embarrassed that I used to like that guy. Actually, that's actually the most embarrassing thing on this platform I've ever done. Actually, that's the most embarrassing. Actually, because listening to his live stream, especially yesterday, I listened to I was on Heels and we listened to literally we logged in and I laughed so hard it took me less than 2 minutes because the guy was watching the video of the police officer, and he says, "Oh, this is not going to have Karen Reed in it," and I laughed so hard because I was like, "Oh my God, you got this wrong again." And then Karen Reed goes into the video, and I'm like, "Man, you are just you just get everything wrong, man, everything."
Well, I heard the Glare ask multiple times why they let her drive away from the scene in the murder weapon, and I'm like, dude, if you don't even know that her car was sitting at home. That whole time, then you're not competent.
The guy had a taillight, and he says, "This is but the body cannot break this taillight." And then, literally, everyone's told him, "No, Glare. It depends on the force of impact from the car." And even when Melanie Little had that gentleman with the glasses, I forgot his name. He's like, "Yeah, depends on the force. It could break the taillight."
Yeah, taillights, they act like taillights are impervious. They're made of polycarbonate, which is unbreakable. Well, if it's unbreakable, why don't they make the whole car out of polycarbonate? Then you'd never have to get body work done.
Taillights you might as well make the whole car. Might as well make the whole tank, make it into your tanks out of it.
It's the black box joke, right? If the black box survives plane accidents, why don't they just make the plane out of black box? But it's not that hard to break a taillight. You can break a taillight backing into a trash can and doing less damage than you can see on John O'Keefe. They come up with the factoid that they then insert to prove that their conspiracy must be true.
Yeah, let's be real. Let's talk about everything the Glare has been wrong about. It wasn't that bad of a snowstorm. It's not that dark. So how could these people walk out of the house and not see him? He's in the middle of the yard. Where did all the blood go? Well, it's a pool of blood under him. Gets everything wrong. The funniest one was when I was debating the Glare, and he says, I bring up the kids' interview, and he says, no, they never would interview the kids. That's not there. And I read it to him. His face, he gets nervous and scared or whatever. His face changes to a more oh shit, serious moment, and he starts trying to smoke cigarettes and have coffee. Immediately, he's fucking just on damage control at that point. That's his tell. The cigarettes and the coffee. When he starts drinking crazily, that's when you know. When it comes to JLR, it's the blinks. He starts blinking a lot. But with him, it's the cigs and the coffee and the face, the oh shit moment. And he starts reading frantically the chat for the answer. Dumbest man in the business.
Yeah. And he just tag teamed onto this because he started glad handing Turtle Boy, and Turtle Boy went, "Hey, everybody watch the Glare." Well, I'm not on. Watch the Glare. And then when Turtle Boy was in jail, he was definitely pushing people to go watch Glare because he would talk about Turtle Boy every night. It's Turtle Boy's day 27 in prison. He's not in prison. He's in jail. He's on a bail revocation, and he's in protective custody. So don't stop acting like he's a hard guy wearing the prison mic headband and that kind of stuff.
People are finding out how terrible fucking the Glare is. I've seen clips of what he's been saying, and it's not good. The guy's looking like a real scumbag to a lot of people.
Well, I mean, when you have a criminal record like that and you're sitting here talking about other people potentially being criminals, you've got to expect people to bring up your criminal record and go, why
Yeah.
exactly are you doing this?
I mean, you know what? I don't really like going after people's criminal record because, you know, you serve your time, whatever. In my opinion, I just talk about his actions and what he says. You know, his stupid shit that he says online. I don't really care too much about his criminal record.
So this is over on my side. I come from the side where we critique First Amendment auditors a lot. And one thing I've discovered, the more you learn about most of the First Amendment auditors out there, is they hate cops because they got arrested and they got charged. And in some cases, they got found guilty of doing some pretty awful things. And then they run around and they go, it's not my fault I got caught. It's the cops' fault because they're corrupt. The system is corrupt.
Yeah, I get it. But I still don't like bringing up people's criminal.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think like once you serve your time, you deserve that second, third. You did your time already, and it shouldn't be held against you as a punitive thing. The only time I think it should be held against you is like if you're like a pedophile or a or you know, XA type of person. Then I think you shouldn't even be out of jail. You should immediately get tossed somewhere. Yeah. It's unsafe for me on YouTube to say, but like that's just my opinion on that. But like, you know what I mean? Like I think that's why I never really go. I go for the glare for what his stupid comments he says on
Yeah, I get that. I think it's just the difference between the variances of the communities that we both.
Well, I mean, it's because some of our audience members, including Queen, like everyone has a little bit of a criminal record once in a while, and I think it'd be kind of hypocritical for me to be like, well, this guy is terrible because he has this criminal record, but just to click, you know, but ignore these people. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I get that. But I mean, I was just, you know, over on the auditing side, I think they found more than 15 now who were out there running around like trying to get cops jammed up, and it turns out that they are sexual assault or pedophiles, and they're now out there running around with people throwing money at them and supporting them and calling them warriors for the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you're supporting somebody who you probably shouldn't be supporting.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like, I mean, but when it comes to Turtle Boy, I think like he's just I just couldn't understand why the glare is going to call out all these tragedy pimps and then basically support a guy who's clearly a tragedy pimp. I mean, like the guy is the worst of the tragedy pimps, to be honest with you. I think he's 100% worse than any single one we've ever covered. And the only person I think is close to Turtle Boy is Lana, Truth and Transparency. And that's the only one I could think of as bad as him. Especially like how she just goes after anyone that just goes out, that just remotely talks about her. She will do order protections. She will try to fucking financially ruin you. She will go after you. See, Captain Nev says, I'd rather see a A1 auditor documenting police rather than the lady at the front desk at the post office.
Yeah, I agree. But see, the thing is, the word went out pretty quickly how not to do what auditors want you to do so you don't end up in their videos. So the cops weren't reacting the way they wanted them to. So they started going into post offices to buy a stamp with a check and film it, because the filming is the point. They know they're going to get thrown out for filming and then they can argue it. Or going into libraries. Now they're auditing libraries and running around and filming people's kids who are reading in libraries. And they're like, well, it's public. I'm legal to film. You have to make the privacy that you want. And instead of throwing them out, which they could do, they could just trespass them from the property. They argue with them, and that's what they're looking for. That's what they want. In fact, we had another guy that recently, I think it was Long Island audits, I think, that just got arrested because he maced a guy in a library after the guy put hands on his friend, and it turned out he was a prohibited felon, so he wasn't allowed to have mace. So his insistence on starting a fight in a library got him rearrested for carrying mace when he's not allowed to.
Well, that's called self-snitching, and
this is not the smartest people on the planet.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of smart people following. You know that. I mean, I noticed a lot of people on the Care and Read, the free Care and Read. It's like they tell me to do research, but meanwhile they don't know simple facts of the case. Glare doesn't know simple facts of the case. It's just like, and he's so disrespectful to this case. He does the soundboards in this case. He does soundboards all the time. It's like, man, this is about a trial of a murdered officer. Like, even if, like, are you out of your mind? Like, are you, like, this fucking desensitized to murders and deaths and trials that you just think it's appropriate to start doing sound clips on murder trials? Like, are you out of your mind? And the reason why is because he's a talentless hack that does not have the ability to actually analyze anything, because he has no understanding of the legal process, the police process, None of that. All of his answers are given to him. And that's
Right.
what-
Yeah. And I think YouTube's starting to try and crack down on some of the tragedy pimps as well. The new TOS that just rolled out or is rolling out restricts what content you can use to talk about violent assault, anything involving kids, that kind of stuff. And I kind of feel like that's a push toward the people who are making big money on graphically describing these horrific crimes and voyeuristically recounting them. I think YouTube's pushing back on that. And I think it's going to affect some of the bigger true crime channels that do that. And I'm not talking about the people that reported the cases. I'm talking about, like, if you remember Michael Long, there was a whole bunch of, frankly, crazy middle-aged women that obsessed over that dude.
Holy
Like-
fuck. You remember Michael Long.
Well, that's where I first ran across the glare.
No shit.
But I mean, there's some.
What was your name back then? Was you the same? Was your
I
name
was
the
just
same back
watching.
then?
I was not commenting in any of that crap. That was stuff that I just saw
Because
from a
there was
distance.
one guy that used to come up. He wouldn't tell it. Like he didn't tell us his name or anything. Actually, he went by. I'm trying to think of who it was. One guy he used to come up, but he didn't give us his name. It was just an initial. But he would come up and he would like give us. He would talk to us for a little while and then he would disappear. Never seen him again. Never heard of him again.
But
So
I
when
mean,
you said Michael Long, I was like, I piped in like, hey now.
I mean, you actually had some of these women were making plans to get together with Michael and run away with him after they got
Yeah,
the
they
kid away
did.
from him and handed
Alyssa-
it back to
Alyssa did.
authorities. It's a
Alyssa did get
penguin.
with him,
I mean,
remember?
there's a bunch of people that were a little bit out there, and they're now in my community. Great, thanks, thanks, y'all, thanks.
Fucking Squish is still around. George is still around. Matter of fact, Dutchie just came up on my panel and busted a guy trying to play a fake cop.
That's so boring. That's your content is so boring. Do something else. I'm
That
Dutchie.
Michael Serrone or Serene or
Oh,
something.
Cerrone, yeah.
Cop. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not a cop. He also has a habit. Well, it's kind of my fault. I started the troll encouraging him to pull his junk out on a panel, and within 24
Oh my god.
he did it.
I'm kicking your ass. What's up, Bree? What you doing, love?
I was just typing in the back chat to let you know I was back there.
Oh, gotcha,
I'm
baby.
just jumping up. I'm on break again.
What you thinking?
Oh, by the way, Queen, it's Tom CPU. Basically, Karen Reed's mom admitted to watching Turtle Boy's channel and how great he is on a live stream before he muted.
Oh.
Just a heads up.
What?
Yeah, basically, Karen Reed's mom was being interviewed by Tom CPU, and she admitted that she watched Turtle Boy last night and thought he was great.
Wow.
See, stuff like that. I mean, if they open the door, they can bring that in because that's a public statement made during the course of the trial. They can bring that in.
I'm sure that, like, if she ever gets questioned, I don't think she's getting questioned, but that would be an interesting question for the defense to be like, yo, what's your favorite program to watch at night online?
Right.
I don't see why her mom would be brought in. She had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Dad, maybe,
That's
perhaps dad,
Ryan
but
Smith. Ryan Smith. That was his fucking name. You remember him now?
No, I don't
Was
know
that
that
you?
person.
Oh, and you?
No. I've always been corrosive commentary, and then
Oh, gotcha. Okay, all right.
I decided to split my channels. I wanted to do a smaller, my original 2006 channel, just to do stuff that had nothing to do with this drama crap. And
Right.
somebody who was leaving YouTube gave me their channel, which became the Public Occultist channel. Gave it to me and another guy. The other guy has since had enough of YouTube and gone off somewhere else. So that's my big channel. It's got, like, I don't know, 1,400 subs. And the one that I do mostly live streams on when I do them, which hasn't been often lately because I've got other stuff going on. And besides, drama gets boring after a while. You're fighting with and about the same people every night. Just gets stupid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, Queen,
What you up to, Bree? Did you see anything else? Any of the other stuff that was going on? You on here, Bree?
Bree's gone.
She
Bree's
said,
gone.
"Fuck no."
She's gone.
Hey, Katie K.
She's gone.
But I,
Yeah,
you know, because
you remember everything. Shit, he claimed to work for a program that scans the internet looking for bad stuff. Yeah, you fucking remember everything, girl. Shit. Sure did
because of
say
the
that.
I was going to say, because of the intersection of auditing and true crime audiences, I know about Doug Hutton and A Balance and the guys like that who were sort of moving out and into the true crime side when I got here 3.5 years ago. So I've always
Yeah.
kind of paid attention to that.
See, we've been around about the same time. I've been around about 4.5, 5 years.
I hate my phone.
What you up to?
I'm on break. People need to stop calling me. But I wanted to hop up and talk about the second half of the, what Corrosive and Tim and you were talking about the second half of the testimony today. And the paramedics and the stuff that, I think that those paramedics were absolutely devastating to the defense. I think they rip her narrative completely apart.
Wait a minute. She didn't say did. She just said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Yeah. There's no question there. Those are statements. And it like Iannetti or Jackson trying to corner the paramedic and saying that, oh, you said this to the grand jury and now you're saying this. Isn't that different? And he's like, no. I mean, the question at the grand jury was, did you hear her say, I hit him to anyone else? And the answer was yes, because she said it to Jen McCabe. This question was, did you hear her say it to you? The answer again was yes, because she said it to him. She said it to more than one person. That's not a lie or changed testimony. It's a different question. Like, you're not impeaching him. You're actually reinforcing his testimony. That didn't help at all. I didn't think. I thought it just made the paramedic look that much more credible.
Yeah, I think it's not good for them. But they're not going to the trial tomorrow. And so they're coming back on Thursday, right? They're starting. It's going to be a full day on Thursday, a half day on Friday.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. Didn't they? Yeah, because they're closed. They're dark Wednesday. So yeah, Thursday.
Yeah, but they factored that into how many days they thought they'd need. So because somebody had typed this in chat earlier. I remember seeing it go by when they said it'd be like 120 days with all the short days. No, they factored the short days into how many days they'd need and figured it out would be about 40.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. Queen, what's your thoughts?
I think she's pretty well fucked. I mean,
I like how you're just like, all the analysis, she's like, man, it's...
she's pretty well fucked. I mean, they came in and they basically was like, oh, yeah, you fucking said you hit him and you did. I mean, fuck.
I feel like Queen's like what the jury's probably thinking right now.
Yeah.
Like, this is like we're all in this deep.
We ain't even gotta analyze and sit here and go back and forth and all that. She's fucked. She's fucked.
Yeah, if these are the opening witnesses, imagine when they get to the star witnesses.
Yep.
Well, yeah, and I like Lowry's, what I see as Lowry's strategy, and I could be wrong, but he is establishing that the weather was crap for the whole night, which I think is going to tie into her driving around later. In between when she went home and when she called Carrie and Jen, or called Jen and then Jen called Carrie. I don't remember the exact order of how it happened, but when she ended up being driven around by Jen and Carrie and quote unquote spotted the body, that she was out tooling around in that earlier. That they're going to establish that he had been on the lawn for a while. This wasn't he was dropped 5 minutes before she quote unquote found him, which is what the defense started with. They threw him out there 3-4 in the morning. He'd only been there for 2 hours. That's not going to That's not going to line up. It doesn't line up with the crime scene photos, with the amount of snow that they had to shovel off and from around him. He's making a lot of good points and just repeating them with each witness so that this sinks into the jury's head. And on cross, they're not getting as much information out. They're getting little bits here and there, but I don't think it's going to resonate as much as having 4 or 6 witnesses say the weather was bad. We knew the weather was going to be bad. We actually came into work early because we anticipated the issues, yada, 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 yada. No, we didn't respond with sirens. No, we didn't do this. No, we didn't do that. If you have 10 or 12 people saying that, that defeats Yanetti's opening statement of the police responded, lights and sirens, fire trucks, ambulances, and Brian Albert never left his house. So it's overdoing that, because as much as they say, don't listen to the opening statement, jury, they do. It's just like, forget you heard that. Okay, good luck.
We all agree that Yannetti is dead weight at this point. Like, he's actually more of a negative to the defense than actual positive.
He's there for his law license. He's only there so Yannetti can so Jackson can practice in Massachusetts.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he's really doing much. And I mean, if they know they're responding, if you see an ambulance driving by, speeding by with its lights off, it means they're responding to a known death. They don't run with lights on for a death. They just don't.
Well, they run with lights, not sirens,
or sirens rather. Yeah, lights on, no sirens.
But I mean, look, the messages have been leaked. They came out of somebody's phone. I'm not sure whose. The messages are out there of Karen talking to Jackson and saying, I am not confident in my lawyer at trial. So that should tell you something there. And also her saying that she didn't want to go to trial because she didn't want to put her life in the hands of 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty. That's out there. It's her words. So that explains why Yannetti's still there, so they get Jackson in the door.
Yeah, and honestly, I think like Yannetti is actually a competent attorney, but the problem is he's probably not used to doing this wackadoo crazy fucking theory. I think he's more like meat and potatoes, just get the practicing regular law. I don't
get it done. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's used to doing this crazy theory with the dog and the fucking beat up in the house and all this crazy shit. I think he's just a normal defense attorney, a normal guy who just, who's professional. But
I feel like Jackson Yannetti may have the same problem that Bradel currently has, which is they've got a defendant who wants to run their own defense, his or her own defense. And they are handling the PR aspect of their defense. I mean, I gotta assume that Tim Bradel spends a lot of time with his fingers on the bridge of his nose going, what the fuck did he say now? Because just what Turtle Boy does. And Turtle Boy bragged about it. He said, I met the lawyer. He shows up in my court hearings. I can do whatever I want. I'm like, any lawyer that told you that, you should get your money back.
Also, the lawyer's probably pissed off at him right now because he basically on a live stream stated, yeah, I got this information that wasn't supposed to be given by my lawyer. About her text, her phone passwords and her photos of her kids. I'm sure the lawyer's probably screaming at Turtle Boy behind the fucking scene.
He said twice on that live stream that he had put it on a Google Drive. He published it and do something about it. And lots of people now had access to it. He said that twice. A complete unredacted phone extraction of his accuser. That he had put it on a Google Drive and shared it with people. Okay. Number one. Then if you listen, his setup is crappy. When his phone gets text messages or gets a silent ring, you can hear his audio gets crackly and it gets weird. You can hear electrical interference. He looks down at his phone and then right toward the end of the stream, he goes, but we didn't really do that. I didn't really put it out there. Yeah, so I almost believe that he got a text message that said, walk that back right now.
Yeah. And I'm like, he is the worst client, Turtle Boy. He is the absolute worst client you can possibly have as an attorney. This guy talks too much, self-snitches, he's fucking his case up completely. I honestly think if he didn't say that stupid shit on a live stream, he might have got his RO kind of pushed off. It would have been kind of dismissed. I think it would have been a possibility. But because he said those stupid lines, it completely fucked up. And at the best they could do was 50 feet.
Well, and it's within 50 feet of the courthouse, the distance restriction doesn't apply. He still can't harass her. So Because he claimed that was his job. Well, he's not in the courthouse. He's not allowed in the courthouse right now because he doesn't have a press pass. But here's what I think on that thing. I think Bradel wants to make case law, and he sees him as the opportunity. He said he wants to take the witness intimidation to the Supreme Court if they have to, which, by the way, means Turtle Boy has to be convicted of it first. I don't know if he thought that all the way through. And when he went in for the defense on the RO, they wanted to get the RO overturned on some weird defense that's never been used before, where in Massachusetts, in the law, if you can prove that the person applying for the RO lied while doing it, it can be vacated on the spot retroactively to when it was issued. So if they actually had these people conspiring and lying to put the RO on them, they could have just brought that in court and had it tossed. But since they didn't, I feel like Bradel wants to make case law. He wants his name on something that becomes a name decision. And that's why he's running along with this.
So, okay, that's not good for... question, isn't that kind of going against your own client's interest?
Yes.
Your own client's interest is to make sure he doesn't go to jail.
Supposed to be. I agree. I think Bradel is in this looking for fame too. That stunt he pulled with sneaking those women into the jail, pretending to be lawyers. He still has to pay for that. So that sanction motion is still under consideration.
Here's the other things that he did: playing an edited tape as true and complete. And then when they got the phone, they found out that was edited, so he's still on the carpet for that. That's the other one. They didn't get the phone. Turtle Boy.
I thought they did.
No, Turtle Boy claimed he had tossed his phone in the harbor on his way to court. It was gone, but when he came out of jail, Bradel handed it to him in court. He walked out of that court with his phone. And because the search warrant had lapsed, and I don't know why the special prosecutor hasn't gotten that search warrant reissued and gone and picked up his phones. You'd think they would do that, but that's a different kettle of fish. But there's a bunch of things that here I'm looking at this and going, what are you people doing on both sides? On both sides, by the way, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's just Bradel. I think Mello has done some dumb things too. I'm not sure what exactly is going on there.
I think Mello honestly got so blindsided by getting sick and thought that he was going to be able to come back, that a lot of things slipped his mind.
Yeah.
He should have handed the case over, but I honestly think he sincerely believed that it was not going to be as bad as it ended up being.
Well, and there's the other problem. You're in Turtle Boy's, you are playing on Turtle Boy's field in that area. He has got followers. He has got the bully pulpit, and he has the ability to write schlock about anyone he wants and set a horde of people on them. It's hard to get people to prosecute that guy because they don't want every aspect of their family going back 4 generations plastered around on a blog. They don't want people showing up outside their houses with signs and stuff like that. I think that's why it took them so long to find somebody else. Now, apparently, there's a new guy that has stepped into the office. He's an ex-judge. So he probably knows the law a little bit better than a guy who was a family law lawyer. So hopefully we see some differences there. And I think that may change up a little bit. I'm still trying to figure out how he got a complete unredacted phone extraction just handed to him. That one I don't understand at all.
That's it. I'm going to beepers. We're not using phones
I would say
anymore.
his attorney fucking did that, or you know what I mean. Somehow he got that somehow.
All right.
Well, no, it was the prosecution handed it over in a discovery thing. But like, is that an oops? Did they screw up? Is this some aspect of law that I'm not sure of? That
I don't think he was supposed to have that.
Instead of pulling the relevant material, they give the entire thing to them? Is this normally done that they give it to your lawyer, and then your lawyer, because he's constrained by the rules of the court, he brings in the important stuff in court? Or is it totally normal that a complete phone extraction of your victim is handed to your lawyer, who then hands it to you, and you then purportedly put it on a Google Drive and give links to your followers to go dig through it and see what you can find? If it turns out that she starts getting phone calls and her accounts start getting logged into and her private pictures start turning up on the internet, somebody's got some explaining to do.
Okay, guys, we're going to go to beepers now. We're not going to trust cell phones anymore. Beepers, pay phones, fuck these cell phones. Going back to the good old days.
You know the only people that carry beepers at this point, right?
Drug dealers. The cartel.
Yeah. And good luck finding a payphone. I know of like 2.
Oh, we'll get those payphones. We'll get we'll figure out the location for the payphones.
What I'm preoccupied with at the moment is 2 things. And the big one to me is, what are all these people going to do as they watch this trial when reality smacks them in the face, witness after witness after witness, and they realize that the facts are nowhere near the narrative that they have been swallowing for the last 2 years?
I think they're just going to disconnect. They're disconnected, and they're not going to acknowledge that. I mean, I literally watched that dash cam footage of the car, and he was just like smiling. He did acknowledge that it was dark out, that it was snowing, that basically the defense lied in their opening. Like literally 2 hours earlier they lied, and I just think they're just going to have a collective amnesia.
I'm going to tell you my answer to that is, it's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. They will deny reality. They've been consistently denying reality. They will just don their pink robes and they will go sit at the altar of Tinkle Tom and Turtle Boy, and they will self-soothe and explain why they're right and the law is wrong. That's for most of them. Others will fade into the woodwork, but the diehards that are still there, the people that are still out there every day trying to get on Court TV's camera so they can repeat the same talking points, they're never going to accept the outcome.
I know you guys seen Tom. I know you guys seen the camera off. It was a cam off with Tom and fucking oh god damn it, I'm having Court TV. What's his name? Vinny
Politom.
Vinny and Tom. They had their cameras in each other's faces.
Serious?
It was a cam off. Fuck yeah, I'm serious. I'm gonna show it to you. Also, remember how gosh dang Tom always talks about how he's gonna tap somebody's phone and get their information, and all he's gotta do is touch it and it dings. And
Yeah, because he doesn't get how AirPlay works.
But no, he claims he wrote his own app that allows him to steal data off people's phones. And at one point, he said he stole the data off somebody's phone, and that he had.
Yeah, it's just us.
he had canceled their car repair appointment and canceled their doctor's appointments. He was just bragging on a live stream about it. It's all nonsense. But
yeah, if he wrote that app or if that exists on his phone, he's literally admitting to federal wiretapping.
Yeah.
That's a fucking felony.
don't mind, I had that's a good old little yeet there.
and if he's logging into people's accounts that he doesn't have the right to log into, that's also a federal charge each time you do it.
Well, this old motherfucker don't even know what he's talking about. You can't just tap somebody's phone and take their shit. Sorry, it don't work like that. You can't just tap somebody's fucking phone, walk up and tap your phone to their phone, and all their information just downloads to your phone. It don't work like that.
Well, I'm not going to give Chloe a shout out. I'm not giving Chloe a shout out. Not at all.
Give Chloe the kind of shout out that SF did, because he revoked that endorsement real damn fast.
Yeah, I bet he did. I bet he did. So here, basically, Tom, you know, he's okay. So Tom is he's on this kick about he's going to tap your phone and take all your information. So he tries to tap everybody's fucking phone thinking he's going to get their information. So he did it the other day. Okay, so it was a couple weeks back. The family of John O'Keefe walked up, and he actually walked over there, two of the ladies, and he stuck the camera in their face, and then the lady stuck her camera in his face. Then he stuck his camera in her face, and then he tried to tap her fucking camera with his phone and knocked his phone. His phone knocked onto the ground, and he's like, "You broke my phone."
Well, he actually, you'll see this, and he actually says, tap it, thank you. And then his phone falls, and then he goes, "She knocked my phone out of my hand." And he ran to the cop. He ran to the police and tried to have her arrested.
Yes, he fucking did. Yes, he was trying to tap her goddamn phone, thinking he was going to get her information if he tapped her phone. Listen to him talk about it. He's going to tell you about it. Here's the channel. Okay, this is just the other day. There's 2 or 3 of them. I'm going to show you.
And a very specific part of the video, actually 2 videos. where he tells
Oh,
the
this is
story
Skip
of his
Tracer.
phone getting smashed out of his hand and what happened. And then we're going to take a look at the evidence after. Now, I found this interesting because on the X or Twitter platform, people were going around saying that he was trying to do some sort of phone data extraction, and he was it was an innocent thing, and this woman just randomly knocked the phone out of his hands and broke his phone. But we're going to be taking a look at the evidence. And what's interesting here is usually when we have to gather evidence on.
Yeah, so I don't know who this kid is, but anyhow, he went and gathered this shit, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I remember how I got it all on mine, anyways, because you know what I'm saying. Chloe's the cat, Christina. Chloe is the cat, is Ninny's cat. Anyhow, we have we have where he's done it. He did it when Bowser got in the car too. That's what he was trying to tell Bowser, that's what he was doing as well. Remember? Then he went up in front of the fucking courthouse and tried to say it too, while JLR was up there.
Someone's claim, we have to look at multiple different channels and look at different accounts. But the allegation for
Paul, why are you so tan? So I'm filming with my phone. Oh, what happened there?
All right, so Tom's gonna tell you exactly how he does it. Here goes.
Paul, why are you so tan? Are you going to cruise? All right. Wow, you got it. Okay. So I'm filming.
And we can see the crack on his phone right there. It's you know, not the entire thing's not smashed, but there's definitely damage.
And
should probably get a protector for his phone, actually, if he's going to be using it that much.
there's an app that you can use to get data off a phone, but you have to tap. So she hit my phone, and I'm like, oh, let me get that app. Open up the app.
All right, listen. Oh, actually, there's a few cracks on it, but listen closely to what he's saying here. There's an app on his phone, and it was just like a data transfer thing, and he wanted to get the app open. So listen to this carefully. What he
She
said.
kept tapping my phone, and I put my phone against hers, and it went beep. So I was able to connect to her phone, and she smashed it. She hit it out of my, went in the ground and smashed it.
It's smashed? Oh my goodness.
Oh, Tom. The lady's name is, I don't know. It's one of the trolls, one of the other side people.
You stole her phone. Look at the about, dummy.
He says one of the other side people. No, it was the fucking family, and he walked up to him deliberately, and I don't think he realizes what he's talking about is like when you have an old phone and then you get a new phone, you can download the app to like your Android to put your stuff to your iPhone.
So Apple has this relatively new thing where if you tap two iPhones of X
but he doesn't have
number
any
or
iPhone.
higher together.
Say, maybe he doesn't know
right. But what I'm saying is
an
he's referencing this thing where you can have your whatever contacts you decide to share. So you can just hand your contact information out to somebody else instead of let me get your digits. You just tap your phones together and they've got your digit.
But
That's
yeah,
what
but he's thinking he's gonna get like a
off of.
whole phone data download. Like he's gonna get everything in their fucking phones when he taps their phone. That's not how.
Yeah,
it works.
because that happens instantaneously.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, Tom. Now, come on, now. You know better than that. But no, he really thinks that's how it works, and so he thinks that's how he's getting information, and that's why she broke his phone because he thinks he was getting private information from her. So that she broke his phone because of that.
I'm kind of hung up on the officer, I was hacking her phone and she broke it.
Yeah.
Well, that's like someone saying, I went into their house to rob them, but they
shot me.
They shot me. What the fuck? I was just gonna rob them.
Motherfuckers protecting themselves and shit. How dare you?
This is Tom at the special town meeting. He ran into a guy's elbow and then claimed that his sternum had been broken and had the guy charged. Grant was filming at one point, and Tom reached up to grab Grant's backpack. And now Grant's like 6'4".
Right.
He's a tall dude. He reached up to grab his backpack and push him out of the way, and fell off a curb in the process and went rolling across people. And then claimed that Grant knocked him down when Grant was in front of him. He was behind Grant, and he claims that Grant knocked him down. He was kicking JLR.
Yeah,
he was
pointed that out too. Yeah, his little quick punch that he did to him, stepped on his toe, punched him.
Yep. And that phone that he claimed got knocked down, that's his cheap filming phone. That's the one that sits in his gimbal that he films on.
Yep.
It's not his good phone. It's a burner that he carries around to record his second view on. This dude's got like at least 3 cameras on him most of the time.
He just he went and got a new tablet. He's in an Uber. I don't know if him and Christy got into it or what, but
I say that looks like a $98 Walmart phone.
Yeah,
that he was holding right there.
And he got a new tablet and shit.
By the way,
I hope he and Chrissy got into it. She doesn't play nice.
Yeah, she was not very happy. And then she came in my comment section about she was not scared of Bowser. She never said she was. She left a comment on my live stream.
Maybe she
I
was
didn't think I
tired
was
of.
scared of Bowser. I never said that. I never said I was.
Maybe she went back and watched that stream and realized that Tom was lying about her up one side and down the other and got pissed off at him.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, because it was in there, and then we played Bowser's side too. We played his video too, so it showed on there that he did not just break in her car.
Oh,
He didn't
Bao.
just jump
You're
in.
talking about Bao.
He asked- Yeah, Bowser
Bao-
asked if he
Bao's-
could get in the car.
Bao's a complete goofball, man. He'll just do stuff like that. Hop in the back of your car and talk to you.
But he
and then
asked him, he's like, "Hey, can I get in here and chat with you?" And they weren't mean to him. They didn't tell him no. They weren't afraid of him. Nothing. I
Well,
mean,
they were probably fine with it until Bao's natural odor caught up to him, and they didn't want to be in an enclosed space with him. To
I
be
mean,
honest
that
with you.
might have been, but I'm just saying, like, they went down to the cops and acted like he done broke in the fucking car, and they were scared to death, so they just jumped out and ran and left him in the car.
No. But yeah. By the way, Claire, I can't believe I see someone toss me something on Twitter. What Claire said.
Let's say, what are you buying the way us for? Because you've been buying the way us for. Like,
By the way, after this clip, you can play the next one. I just put in the back with Mr. Glare stating something very stupid.
But okay, so that was the claim. Let's look at the evidence. All right, guys. So we're going to play the video of Tom getting his phone allegedly smashed out of his hand. So right here, he starts walking up to the other group of people, the non-free Karen side people. All right, so this goes on for a couple minutes, and I'm just going to speed it up to the incident. Okay, so it's right here at 1:58.
Tap it. Thank you.
Did you hear him? Tap it, tap it, tap it. Thank you.
Yeah, so he claimed earlier on, that she tapped his phone, then he started an app, and then tapped her phone again. Well, that must be happening right now because there was no time for him to start an app between those two taps and him saying thank you.
She figured out who he was and started filming him.
Oh,
Yeah,
everybody
she took her phone
knows. Everybody knows who Tom is.
When she had her phone, well, he walked over there. We were watching it in real time. I still have it on my stream. He walked over there and she grabbed her. As soon as she seen him like filming and acting weird, she grabbed her camera out and, you know what I mean, started filming him. And then that's when he walked over there and kept getting closer and closer and closer. And then finally he reached out and like tried to tap her phone with his phone. So she tapped his, like she pushed his phone with her phone, like that, you know what I'm saying? Pretty much doing the same thing. And then he's like, thank you. And the phone drops out of his hand. Here, we'll play the rest of it here.
Okay, so there was absolutely no discussion right there about him getting data off of her phone, and this is what he said later. But let's
Don't touch my phone.
Seriously just did that, lady?
Yeah, I seriously just did that. I just got it on film. Yeah, you tapped my phone. You tapped her phone.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, so you get two people right there saying that he tapped her phone. She was obviously blocking him with her phone, but still.
All right, smash the phone. Yeah.
All right, so there you have it. I did not see her smash the phone out of his hands. That could have happened.
I didn't see her smash it. I saw her turn away and him drop it.
Okay, so it was right here at 1:58.
You hear that little beep beep? There's a little noise. If you listen, it's right now. It just said,
Yeah, real faint. I heard something.
she's standing next to him, and so you see he's like recording her. He's recording the lady with the green, like with the green shirt or whatever. the lady next to him is recording him, like she's like paying attention to him or whatever, you know what I mean? And then she does that where he like puts her phone, he like puts his phone in her face, like trying to block her camera view.
Tap it. Thank you.
Okay, so there was absolutely no discussion right there about him getting data off of her phone, and this is what he said later. But let's
Don't touch my phone.
Seriously just did that, lady?
Yeah, I seriously just did that. I just got it on film. Yeah, you tapped my phone. You tapped her phone.
He still had a phone in his hand.
You got two people right there saying that he tapped.
Yeah, he carries several.
Yeah. Well, like Carosa was saying, he carries like 4 fucking phones on him.
And he's got a GoPro
Plus
on
now
it
he's
too.
got a tablet.
Yeah, but I seriously didn't see her smash it. I saw her turn away and maybe brush at it with her phone, but
Nah,
he dropped it.
Tinkle Tommy had too many Cadbury eggs chocolate on his fingers, and that's why he dropped his phone. Oh, he's so creepy. Hey kid, you can hold my bag of candy. Just don't eat all my Cadbury eggs, okay, buddy?
I still
Ugh.
can't believe that he ran to the cops and griped that she dropped his phone while he was trying to steal her information. Like, Bruce Rivers would have a field day with these people. He would have hours and hours and hours of content.
Well, remember, Tom's an ex-cop. To hear him tell it.
Yes,
so.
he is. And isn't that crazy to watch the shit he does and to know he's an ex-officer and to see the shit he fucking pulls?
Well,
I'm glad he's ex, and I wonder why he's ex.
Okay, I can tell you, he's a cop like Honest Abe was a cop. He was a public safety officer because a girl he was dating was related to a cop, and he desperately wanted to play cop when he grew up. So they got, he could like walk around and check locks and probably like report cars that were parked wrong, but he wasn't a cop. He doesn't have the basic concept of criminal justice.
Like not
There's
a real
no way
cop.
he was actually
He's
a
like
cop.
So he's a cop like Herschel Walker was a cop. They gave him an honorary badge.
Hey, it's me, Tiffany. So how you like them apples? Huh? Honest Abe's been tagging me in community posts for like 2 weeks incessantly. That dude's fun to mess with.
All right, so this is interesting.
I got Glaire's thing pulled up, so
38 seconds. Listen to.
All right, we ready?
Yeah.
All right.
If people keep talking about that, man, and thank you, Buzzing for Truth, I appreciate it. But people keep bringing that up, like swingers. Who cares? But like, I mean, I don't know, man. Could that be the case? Like, could that be a case? Could John have walked into that house and just saw like multiple fucking dudes in Jennifer McCabe's mouth and then been like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? Like, what did I just walk into?
Yeah. That's when
He
they
seriously.
That's a rumor they started running with, that Brian was running underground fight clubs, and then it
And
turned into
BDSM
swingers
orgies.
clubs. Yeah.
Oh
now it
my
turned into
God.
swingers clubs, yeah.
By the way, that would be defamation, Mr. Glare. Hopefully Jen doesn't see that. Oh, I'm sure,
Oh, she's aware. I'm informed she's aware. Let me put it that way.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll be
pissed, and that's because that's fucking wrong. That is fucking foul.
You know what, though, Queen? When it comes right down to it, and Tim, you know this too, and Corrosive, I'm sure you're aware of it. If not, Turtle Boy is an admitted in court under oath revenge prowler. The man is a sexual predator, and Will supports him. So this kind of talk coming from him, as much as I used to respect the man, no longer surprises me.
I mean, this is the exact type of content you want to have for our true crime channel there, to basically insinuate that one of the people is having an orgy with a bunch of other people and laughing about it. That's exactly great. Very great coverage, Claire. You really are a brilliant coverage. Fantastic. This is why I laugh at you, because you're an idiot. This guy's an idiot. He's a fool. and he's disgusting, and he has no respect for true crime. He is nasty. No one talks about this. Heaven forbid you would have seen like other people, like like Betty, JLR, Dolly, all over the fucking place. This guy does silence. Just saying. I thought that was very interesting.
People keep talking about that, man.
That salacious grin is
They
disgusting.
appreciate it, but people keep bringing that up, like swingers.
Oh, come on, Layla. Don't get me started on Melanie Little's definition of what is defamation.
Oh
She
my
stripped a
God,
couple of
Melanie
gears
Little,
too.
That shit was fucking comedy. When
She's
she
gonna
went up,
sue
like,
every
game
troll
up.
on YouTube, guys. Every troll on YouTube's getting sued by her.
Oh fuck yeah, they are. She's gonna sue every. You get a lawsuit. You get a lawsuit. You get a lawsuit.
I can't wait to see the statement of financial damages that she comes up with, because I said she looked like she was shorting out on her stream the other day.
That was so funny. Look at this pause game on point. Look at his.
Psycho.
Jesus Christ.
If these people were his friends for as many years as they were obviously his friends, if that's the kind of parties he had that they had in their house and he had been to their parties before, he knew.
Well, the point
you don't just walk into that after 10 years. And their 16-year-old son was there.
Yeah. He's basically painting, like, this is the thing. They won't want to paint Jen. They want to paint Jen McCabe as this terrible, evil person.
Swingers, who cares? But like, I mean, I don't know, man. Could that be the case? Like, could that be a case? Could John have walked into that house and just saw like multiple fucking dudes in Jennifer McCabe's mouth and then been like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? Like, what did I just walk into? People keep talking about that, man. And
well, the other thing you have to keep in mind with this case is it's in a small town, right? And the Albert and McCabe families are not small. And a lot of them have been local their whole lives, several generations in some cases. So you've got a lot of people who may have a grudge from high school that are jumping into this to bring forth their knowledge of the case and rumor monger and get back at people that they're unhappy with. So that's where a lot of this rumored crap comes from. Oh, I heard that the whatever is a front for a swing club. Oh, really? I heard it was an underground UFC fight club and people die there. And so the next thing you know, the Turtle Boy's writing about it. He was like, oh, I don't know where, but I got information. It says, it's on his blog. Just like that gal with the wheelchair that Tommy showed at the beginning. That is Sean on the Bottle's source for a lot of his inside information, because she sits right next to the door in the courthouse when she used to be able to get in, and she listens to what the bailiffs are saying to each other. So that's where he gets his background information from court staff, is her listening. And that's why when they said they weren't letting anybody in except immediate family, the immediate comment was, well, there's a space for a disabled person, right? Because they wanted to get her in there.
The only thing that's missing, I'll vouch for 100% of that, living in a town of 5,000 people and having been a politician in a town of 5,000 people, the only thing that's missing from Turtle Toddler's narrative is the secret cabal of gay men that run the city. That's it. That's all that's missing. Everything you just said is absolutely 100% what goes on in a rumor mill in a small town with several large families that have run the place for decades.
What is that tapping noise?
Maybe my fan. Let me mute and see if it goes off.
Every time I think it's every time you're talking, because I muted BTM and Karos, and neither one of them, I'm not hearing it, but I hear it when you talk, and it's like tap, like a.
Let me turn my fan off.
Like maybe that's it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but. Shut everything else off. So
there, I turned my fan off. Is it gone?
Yeah, I only heard.
Okay, it was the fan.
I muted the guys, and they were. It wasn't them. It was. I'm like, where the fuck is this noise coming from? Because the guys are muted. Where is it coming from?
Sorry, it was my fan. I didn't think to turn it off. Sorry about that.
No, it's.
But yeah, all the all that's missing is the, secret cabal of gay people that supposedly
Well,
run everything.
In this case, you've got the secret cabal of cops, powerful cops who live and are all related, and one of them's on the local select board, and they're running everything. This is the difference for that. That's what you have there. But I mean, they've managed to work in all the required components for a somewhat believable conspiracy among a small group of people. The problem is that they've now pushed it out to such a large group of people that it's unworkable. I would maybe believe two cops who are close friends would be willing to go to bat for each other. I don't believe that local cops, state cops, medical examiners, EMTs, ER doctors, firefighters, the DA, I don't believe they'd all put their career on the line for this, to frame some random woman.
No, because someone somewhere along the line would say no. There would be at least one person. In my town, I was the one that was always saying no and would do it publicly. There's going to be at least one person if this grand conspiracy really existed. Somewhere along the line, one person would say, no, we're not doing this.
Right. Tiffany, so where it came from, I'm not sure what the actual source is, but you got to realize they made multiple Facebook groups about this. The Free Karen Reed Facebook, which Turtle Boy was in, and then he and somebody else argued over which way it should go. He wanted it pushing the Turtle Boy stuff, where they wanted it pushing the Karen Reed stuff. So he split off, and then there's a new Free Karen Reed Turtle Boy official one. Like, we're to the point where the movement is fracturing and they're fighting over who they should be supporting. It's like if you ever saw Monty Python Life of Brian, when it's the two suicide liberation fronts are fighting over which one gets to martyr themselves first along the Appian Way. But somebody who's a townie came and I heard they're swingers, and that's where it got started. It was just somebody with an axe to grind against one of the people there. And again, when you've got two large families and probably 20 people, somebody's mad at somebody. So somebody's going to come out and use I'm just posting anonymously for my own safety, but I heard.
Exactly. It's small town rumor mill doing its thing, but the big town YouTubers who don't understand small town rumor mill are taking this and blowing it way out of proportion just because they don't understand that that's how small towns work. They gossip about each other, and it's 99% bullshit. It's not true. It's not real. The conspiracy doesn't exist. It's all just BS and rumors that people are spreading around because they don't like Brian Albert or they don't like Jen McCabe. And people picked it up and ran with it.
Well, I think they're right.
Because they didn't understand.
And I think they're riding Turtle Boy's coattails. Turtle Boy came from having 300 to 400 people watching him live to 3,000 in like a couple of months.
Yeah.
That is major growth. That is huge growth for a YouTube, a live broadcast that happens 3 times a week. That's insane growth. And so people saw it and went, I can get a piece of this. And it happened. Glare went from half of what he has now to what he has now simply because of Turtle Boy's audience.
1/10. What are you talking about? He'd be lucky if he broke 400 people. He was lucky. Extremely lucky.
They don't care. And as we know, I mean, Glare knew about Michael Long and was still backing Michael Long at the end. I mean, he might still back him.
Yeah, he does. And he said he would. He said he was going to interview him when he got out of prison. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Yeah. But he absolutely knows the real story there, but it's more lucrative for him to take the other side.
I am going to jump down because my neighbor just started mowing, and I know you're going to hear that. But Will did cost himself all the people that he claimed he respected and wanted respect from, myself included. He looked me in the eye and told me he respected me and wanted me to come back, so I did. And he didn't give a shit. And he did that to a lot of people. So he lost the ones he said he wanted and threw everything away to get a bunch of nobodies who don't give a crap about him. just for the super chats. I mean, that's all it's become. That's all it is. And
Well,
that's
I mean,
going to be my final word because lawnmower. So I love y'all. I'll be in chat.
Yeah.
I love you, Tim.
I despise you. But anyway. Anywho, Quinn, what's up? What's the next subject you want to talk about?
Not too much, man. Not too much. I don't know. I'm gonna go. I mean, I can either end this and we can start another one later, or you guys can chit chat while I go grab the kids. It doesn't
I think
matter.
we're probably good to end it, and we'll talk about, we probably maybe try Rumble or something like that. Or,
Start another one later or something.
Yeah, something interesting. Yeah, like another subject.
Yeah, I've got tasks.
There's all kinds
I've got
of drama.
I've got tasks I'm avoiding that I probably shouldn't be. I do want to address Kia though. You're probably okay if you have a pineapple next to the front door of your house, but don't put one on your cruise ship cabin or your camper at a campground if you don't want attention you're not looking for.
I thought it was upside down. Doesn't have to be upside down.
Depends on which way it's pointing. What orientation they have indicates what you're looking for. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. But there's entire guides to this online. So I was getting ready to do my
I knew it
first.
was upside down. I didn't know there was all kind of weird shit.
I was pineapples.
I was getting ready to do my first cruise, and somebody said, "Look for pineapples on cabin doors." Now, if I had been on Carnival, that would have been worth it. But I was on a Disney cruise; you don't see them there. And so I started looking this up, and I went, "Holy crap, this is real!" There's a whole swinger code with pineapples.
You thought it was fake?
Which way they have them oriented on the camper or on the cabin door indicates what you're looking for in a swing partner. This is a thing. It's a real thing.
Yep. Yes. I didn't think it was true. I thought my friend was telling me about it, and I'm like, "You're bullshitting." And then she's like, "No, I'm serious." And I said, "No, the fuck you're not. You're yanking my chain. You're fucking around. Stop it." And she goes, "No, I'm dead ass serious."
All right. Well, I'll see you, Queen. You have a good one.
All right.
Thanks for having me up. Nice talking to you, Queen and B Tim.
See you around.
Nice talking to you, honey. We'll see you, and I'll catch you later, B Tim. We'll do a live about all the different stuff and the drama.
The drama.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the drama. Oh, Harmony. Oh my God, she's starting it again. She said she done found a picture of Sebastian Rogers that she believes is him. That
oh my God,
this aunt stole him. And yeah, here we go.
Here we go, guys. I mean, even though the photo doesn't look anything like the kid, we're gonna go with that. Fantastic. Anyway, I'll see you guys.
All right, we'll see you later, man. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I got to go grab the littles and stuff and get some stuff done, but I will catch y'all on the flip side. I'll set up a live for later so we can talk about the drama and all the craziness. I know Tiffany and Laura are going at it too. Laura is pretty pissed off because Tiffany called her out, because, she went and got another tattoo while she's supposedly getting chemo and radiation and shit. And, that's a big no-no. If anybody knows about chemo and radiation, the number one thing is not to be going and getting tattoos. So, I mean, I do got to say, though, Tiffany is right. I mean, since she's been diagnosed, she's at, the best time of her life. So, she's been having the time of her fucking life. So it is kind of odd, but we'll talk about that later. I know there's some stuff with Ziggy to chat about. I know there's some stuff going on. I know Chris did another interview, so we'll go over that. Chris Proudfoot, he did another interview, so we're gonna go over that for a little bit tonight, later, y'all. Yeah, we got some shit to talk, that's for sure. All right, y'all. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out with me.